Woodbine Racing Live on the air for a Friday as we get set to close things down in the month of July. It is Elisa, it is Jeff with you on what is a glorious day for racing. The flags in the infields, very, very calm right now, Lisa. There's not much humidity. Just don't look at the forecast for Sunday because it is supposed to rain a lot on Sunday.
Yes, I heard about that. And I also heard that there's some heat upstairs on the 6th floor.
Is there?
A lot of heat up there because there's a whole bunch of candles that are being put on a cake to celebrate a certain guy's birthday today. Happy birthday to the one and only Robert Geller.
Now this explains a lot because he's been so confused about when July is going to end. And the reason is, you know, some people just love to celebrate their birthdays.
Right.
I am not one of them.
Although you keep telling everybody how old we're turning.
I don't think Robert's one of them either. So Roberts is very, very humble. Didn't want to tell a lot of people that it's his birthday, so we'll do it for him. Happy birthday to a fantastic track announcer and an even better person.
That's right.
He celebrates his 23rd birthday
Oh,
today.
I heard it was his 35th.
Oh, yes. I might have misread that. Those glasses I need to put on apparently in there. But yeah, happy birthday goes out to our good friend, Mr. Robert Geller. And he's going to have a bit of a tough chore today. We were just talking to him. Unfortunately, we do have a small field for one of our races. And you would think, like to me, a guy that's called like 4 races in his career, calling a 3-horse field would be easier than calling a 14-horse field. But Robert's like, no, because you have to fill in the gaps at some point.
I know. What's he going to fill it in? I guess maybe some tennis trivia, possibly?
That is good. Maybe tell us what his birthday plans are for tonight.
That's right. Yeah,
To
absolutely.
do that as well.
I don't know, but you know, there's a lot of chatting to do because that's a long race as well.
It is too. Now, yesterday here at Woodbine, it was the Kevin Nichols show on the broadcast. He won a couple of races, very formful card to this point, or to the entire day, really, I could say. And you were able to kind of sniff out the biggest prices on the day. You had Miss Candy Girl at 3-1. You had North York at odds 5-2. So hard to find something that paid anything decent on yesterday's card, but you were able to
sniff a few
out. The sniffer was working good yesterday, I'll tell you that much.
It's a little clogged, thanks to my friend sharing a summer cold with me. But yeah, we did smell those ones. And you know what else? If you smelt a little Crumlin, they were winners on the programs yesterday as well. 2 Crumlins, Crumlin Fashion for Don McCrane, Crumlin Trouble for Mr. Begg.
Yeah, that is true. Crumlin Fashion 8-5, Crumlin Trouble at odds of 6-5. As Robert spoke of, the Seagram is going to take place on tomorrow's edition of Woodbine Racing Live. We have 10 races coming your way. We'll have a little bit of a sneak peek at that, perhaps time permitting, on today's broadcast. We've got some works. We're going to take a look at some stakes horses. We're going to take a look at a plate prospect as well. So just sit back and enjoy as we take you through the next 30 minutes or so. So let's get to a look at our topics now for today's broadcast. And we're going to start off with Late Charge. And this is in regards to race number 2 on the program, I am told. And we're going to go a mile of 16, 15,000 claimers in here. These are non-winners of 2 races lifetime. I didn't know what to do with Kamasi in here with the drop down in class. I got burned yesterday staying off the Donnie McRae big dropper, and he got the last laugh with us with Crumlin Fashion. So I did go in a different direction. I went towards Professor Reload, but if Kamasi runs that race from 2 starts back, the horse is going to win.
I know. And you know what I like about Kamasi is that Pietro's going to stick around. Like if I saw a totally different jock aboard, then maybe I'd be like, questionable. But with Pietro sticking around for the drop, it's also basically midway through the season now too, and we're starting to see a lot of people reclassifying their horses, horses that just aren't fitting. Because keep in mind that a barn like this, Ballycorrie Training Center, would have quite a few babies.
Yeah, I was just talking to Michaela yesterday. I think they got 18 going through the sale.
Right, so you know, they have horses going through the sale. Everybody needs to start to kind of make some room for young horses that they want to bring into the mix as well. Now, Kamasi is going to be my top selection, even with the big drop, just because I respect the barn. But Professor Reload is the replay horse that I want to show you, and this is back on June the 6th. This is the first start of the season for this 4-year-old. Now, he's a reload, and they're obviously very popular. Everybody has a reload in their barn. But Pat Dixon trains this one, and you're going to see they use the waiver claim to their advantage here. They use it in this $15,000 claimer. And one thing you'll see when you really look at all the field and then you look at the 7 is the size differential. This is a very big son of reload, and in my experience, those big horses need a little bit of time to get the motor going, and I think that's the case with this one. It's a good effort, but we
today, because Fraser Abley always rides this horse. He's not riding the race today. So that's something that I wanted to kind of point along in here. But let's first of all start off our discussion here with Yoshi, because not only is it a drop, but now it's a new surface as well, as we raced on the turf for the first time.
Yeah, and exits a grade 3 where Bricketto was the winner, and a lot of us have our fingers crossed for Bricketto in this year's King's Plate. A Magical Factor was there as well. We're going to show you a workout for Magical Factor later on that is lights out. Very, very entertaining to watch. So DeRusso's got a 1-2 punch in this race. He's got Yoshi, but he also has Private Label. Private Label is one that he claimed last season from Rachel Halden, and I think he was pretty excited to get the horse. But so far, they've been, stuck with these 4th and 5th place finishes since getting him. Now, his first 2 races of the season, he hooked up with Philip My Wine, who was really, really good for the Cassie Barn, and DeWolf, who found a new surface that he absolutely adores, and that's the turf. Yeah. We have a couple of workouts to show you from both of these horses that might help you out to decide which way you want to go. If you want to go with Yoshi, or if you maybe want to use Private Label. Private Label is the first one we'll take a look at. We think this is Ryan Munger aboard for this work. Now, this is on July 24th, so the most recent work, and it's a good one too. 47-3, working alone, and again, a horse who was last seen competing against a wolf on the turf. Now has the slight cutback here to 7.5 furlongs, but I think, he does race against Awesome Rainbow again today, a horse that he hooked, and who has a lot of confidence after that confidence-boosting win that he had when they dropped him in for $25,000. So even though you saw Ryan Munger working Private Label, it's Pietro Moran who will do the riding. The second work we want to look at is Yoshi. And this is kind of interesting too, because Yoshi he's got a high head carriage, and he's got a specific style that you see that almost, when you see horses with these high head carriages, they almost look like they're climbing sometimes. But it's a nice workout for him. And who's aboard for this work? Chris Douglas, and he's going to be doing the riding today. So he got a chance to get on the horse, work the horse in 47-4 on July the 25th, gets a feel for the horse here, and now gets an opportunity to ride.
He runs like that too.
You're not going to change it.
That's just the way he is, right? And as I said, he was absolutely loaded in that race back on May the 23rd, and he got the win. The sire, Yoshida, I don't mind the Yoshidas on the grass, and the mare has produced a couple of turf winners to this point too. So now the rail's way out. Yoshi doesn't have much speed. Private Label these days doesn't show him much speed. The speed's probably going to be from Frack Right, Awesome Rainbow, or maybe Next Pitch. So I think there might be some pace to develop here in this race.
Yeah. I did use Yoshi up in the top spot just because he's coming out of a graded stakes race to come here instead. But I use Next Pitch for second.
I love this experiment with this horse because you're solving 2 riddles at the same time. One of them is the 2 turns, and one of them is turf.
Exactly.
So
he's hooked some good ones too.
Oh,
Regal Guest and Sayunis, these are horses that we really, really like. Pain Spirit as well.
No, that's true. Keep an eye on Frack Right. Remember, he got really, really hot last time out, so keep an eye on him. And Awesome Rainbow, he ran well against DeWolf last time out.
He did, and I love what they did when they dropped him in that day for 25 and nobody took him. He got a massive confidence booster.
He sure did. Race number 4 on the program is going to start off the late pick 4, and unfortunately, we're down to a field of 3, and thus pretty capable is going to be the overwhelming favorite here in this spot. Mad World has got to be one of the luckiest horses going, because remember last November he got into that really, really weak main special weight race and he won it, and he got that nice purse, and now he gets in a field of 3, and they're going for $125,000 in this spot. Crazy.
Yeah, I think Sahin has total control of this race this afternoon as well. This horse hasn't seen the racetrack in 8 months, Jeff. So he's had a lot of time in between. They haven't gelded him. A son of Tappet that they paid $550,000 for out of an Empire Maker mare. He did score as a maiden win at the fairgrounds when traveling a mile into 16th, so we know we're good there. It's just, it looks like he's changed barns. He's moved from the Tom Amos outfit to the Cassie outfit, and they've given him some time in between, and he's been not only working down at the Cassie Training Center, but then came up here to start working mid-June.
He's going to be, what do you think, 2 to 5?
Well, make him, you know what, you gotta use this as a glass half full type of situation and just make him a key in your exotics.
Do that. I think the play is, because it's going to start off the pick 4. I don't love when there's a heavy favorite to start off a wager. I think the pick 5 is the play.
The pick 5, sure.
Yeah, that's the play. Or maybe the pick 6, which will start off in race number 2 on the day as well. But the 4th race will be around 2 turns there at a mile and a 16th. And we almost talked the entire time for a field of 3. That is pretty good. 4th race on the card, going for that nice purse. Let's get to the 5th now on the card, going 5.5 furlongs. I feel the need for speed. And Santino almost won the finale yesterday. He's got Imperial Gold in this race. coming back on a short time frame. Napa Spirit likes to show speed. Red Pharaoh likes to show some speed in here. Does it kind of fall into the lap of one of these horses coming from off the pace, like a Give Me My Theme Music or a Pine Knoll?
So I actually, and this actually will come in handy too to help us out. Imperial Gold has that highest average speed, which we know this is the speed horse in the race. But the late final speed comes from the 2 horse. Give Me My Theme Music has been pretty popular in the claim box. And Jamie Begg, we saw this yesterday. He had a horse that he had claimed for $7,500, Crumlin Trouble. And then he tried the 15 or 25. That didn't work, dropped right back in for 75 and was able to get the win. He's doing the same thing here. And tossed the last race because it was on the turf, and I think that was an experiment that just didn't work out. Now, I think, and I'm going to do this once and one time only, I think today could be Pine Knoll's chance. I know he hasn't seen the winner's circle in a long time, but the all-time low price tag of $15,000.
Sound like you're doing a commercial. All-time low price tag on this Boxing Day special.
What would you like? Behind door number 1? Door number 2? Yeah, exactly. And I think door number 1 could be Pine Knoll. I've never seen him in for this low of a tag before, Jeff, $15,000. Maybe there's a few people taking a look. I mean, he is 9 years old, so you can do whatever you want to do. You could probably run him for 10. He's 9 years old. But I just think that, and with the fact that Hernandez is sticking around and the barn is so live right now, today could be wake-up time for him.
He's kind of worth the risk. For 15 to get the rest of the year with him. And I think with Alley-Oop Johnny in the first race of the day for $7,500, you get the rest of the year for him.
Yeah, and look at how good the purses are with the increase now. So, you know, you still have, what, where are we at here, August? So
meet,
60
basically.
more days left to go of racing. Or
so,
more. Somewhere around there.
Math is hard. So yeah, Pine Knoll, I think it's one of those two. I just think it sets up really, really nicely for one of those 2 horses there coming up in that spot. But it seems like I figured out the Jamie Begg claiming program. You get one chance against Tuffer. If that doesn't work,
goodbye.
You're in for lower. And if somebody takes you, so be it in there. So that's a good way to do it though. Race 5 at 5.5. Let's get to the Midsummer Handicap now as we get set to go a mile on the inside turf course. I like this race a lot. You can make a strong case for a lot in here. Like, even She's High Maintenance. I know the horse laid a bit of an egg last time out as a heavy favorite, but I think his miles better on the turf. Retail Therapist, we definitely know is a turf horse in this spot, and This Is It is a real fan of this particular turf course as well. So, let's go. I want to get into that noggin of yours and figure out here race number 6. Is it as simple as Retail Therapist for you?
Well, that's what I did. And, you know, the last race for Retail Therapist was on a turf course that was listed as good. I'm going to show you a replay from when the turf course was listed as firm, because that's what we're dealing with here today. So, and who knows, you know, some horses don't like a turf course with a bit of give to it. This one might just prefer the firm turf course, because that's what it was racing on when she was racing on when competing down at Tampa throughout the winter months. Now, this is her first start back, and she might have had a little leg up just because she was winter raced as well. But at this stage in the game, it's Kamari Blaquette who's doing the riding, and she just pulls away. So you're thinking, like, if I'm Sylvain Pion, I'm probably starting to walk down, get ready to get my picture taken, and then here comes Ella It Is. This is a DePaulo horse that's really sizey, and she really had to grow into her body, and wow, did she ever surprise us with a nice victory there. You were getting a good price on Retail Therapist as well. Next race, she gets onto a good turf course. Like I said, some horses are fans, some horses aren't. And I just think now that she's back on a firm course that she's the horse to beat. And note that we get Rafael Hernandez to do the riding here today as well. He doesn't ride a ton for Sylvain Pion, but this is actually only the 4th mount that he'll have for Sylvain, but he got Retail Therapist when she was at the feed tub.
I think I remember talking to Terry, who is the wife of Sylvain, and saying about their son, by the way, who's a wonderful guy. And I said, do you ever do some retail therapy? She's like, absolutely.
All women do.
And there's Roberts with Retail Therapist. I'm going to go towards This Is It. Doesn't necessarily need to leak and sit just off a little bit. And my man, Kevin Nichols, is riding really, really well right now. So
Jeff wants to be his agent.
Hopefully he can keep that roll going here coming up in race number 6 on the day. Anybody else, like from an upset point of view, that you like in this one? Yeah, I could see that.
And that would be an upset.
The way this barn's going,
That's
maybe Nikita's Gem. You know, Nikita's Gem won last time out on this course for 25 non-3. They're obviously going to face a whole lot tougher here in this spot, but they did get the win nonetheless over Ready to Battle, who goes off the claim in here. And as I said earlier on, She's High Maintenance is a horse that I think is miles better on turf. Was in the same race you just showed us with Retail Therapist, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, Sid had bad luck yesterday because remember the horse that he ran didn't get a fair start and had to be refunded. So That's okay. That's the way horse racing works, right? Like even Katerina Vasilyeva had a horse get scratched at the gate. I happened to be walking out talking to her, and she said, "I've never had that happen to me in my life."
That's amazing.
You know?
With the number of starters she's had, to never have
Exactly.
that happen.
And that's horse racing for you. It can humble you very quickly.
Can it ever?
Yep.
You are so right about that. In some regards, Lisa, horse racing is a great life lesson.
Oh.
Don't get too high and don't get too low.
Yep, and it goes like this.
Yes.
Ebbs and flows,
Yes, does
ebbs
it
and
ever.
flows, and you got to learn to ride the wave when it's high, and
Yeah.
you got to be able to take it when it's low as
yeah.
well.
And when it's low in all aspects of life, it's going to get better. It will get better.
That's right.
7th race, going 5.5 furlongs. Massive scratch in this race of the 5, that being Noisy Crickets. Aren't all crickets noisy?
Yes. Here, a funny side story, Jeff. My dad can't hear anything. He couldn't hear a dump truck driving through a nitroglycerin plant.
Okay.
All right? He finally got himself some hearing aids.
Oh, now he hears everything?
He said to my mother, "What is that sound?" And she said, "That's crickets."
Ah.
See, so crickets are noisy, but not
Yeah.
noisy enough if you
Yeah.
don't put your...
What do they call those heat bug things? The ones that are always...
Cicadas?
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah.
I love the sound of
You know
them.
it's smoking hot out when you hear those
It is,
suckers.
but that to me is like a summer sound,
It
that
is.
cottage sound.
So both you and I have scratched onto the one, correct? Awesome, Malibu.
No pressure. Jeff, what did I rate at the top of my program?
Anyone.
That's the way I feel about it.
Yeah.
I think it's like a Yahtzee race at this stage. You just shake it up and see what comes out. But Awesome Rainbow at least is taking a fairly dramatic drop from 40 in for 10. Have been competing for $25,000, but those races were on the turf. You get the slight cutback here to 5.5 furlongs today, and you get Romero Mirage. So there's enough things to kind of indicate that the one could wake up this afternoon. Royal Fawns, I tossed this horse into because I was thinking, Jeff, that this will likely be one of the speed horses in this race. It's just a matter of carrying that speed, and I think maybe the cutback to 5.5 might help. Maybe we got to cut back a little bit more, but at 3/4 and 7/8, it's just a little too far. Yeah, see?
You know what the problem is? You know how you have some friends in life where you're like, I know with this person I'm going to have a good time, but I don't really trust them. And that's like when I handicap this race, I don't trust anybody.
No,
in this
I
field.
don't either.
Nor
That's-
should you for
no,
making 10,000 claimers.
No,
right? So,
no. Sometimes, like last night in the finale on the program, there were horses that you could say, okay, today's your moment. Like the winner eventually, Miss Candy Girl. But in this spot, these are some struggling horses that somebody's going to find their way into the winner's circle. It's just a matter of finding out which one, and it could be a bomb.
See, with you, I know, I trust you.
Yes, I know. You're going to have a good time.
Have fun, and I'll be home in a reasonable time.
That's right.
Yes, that's right. When we come back after the commercial break, we got works aplenty.
Oh, but first, Jeffy, we got to talk about our plays of the day. You're
Plays
getting
of the
ahead
day.
of yourself.
Can't forget about those.
So I've got Yoshi exiting the state. Megon's Law, I think, would have been a top selection for a lot of us
Yeah.
today. That horse is out. The Drop and Pop is Pine Knoll, and the Hernandez Factor is Retail Therapist.
I think I lost one of mine too.
Well, you probably had Megon's
Yeah,
Law.
Negon's well.
Yeah.
This is a chintzy pick. Alley-oop Johnny. Pick 3, multi-leg single. But even money's not too bad on that horse.
Yeah.
My watch lister is Professor Reload, the horse you showed us. And my drop and pop is Give Me My Theme Music coming up in race number 5.
So you
on the
do
card.
drop and, that's that sign. I go drop, pop.
Oh, okay.
That's the difference
Wow.
between you and me.
We can trademark both of them, right? Doug McPherson, chalky today with Alley-oop Johnny as his best bet, but he's looking to go back-to-back with his best bet, so we got to give him that. Speaking of trying to go back-to-back with his best bets, same with Mr. Garrick with Professor Reload. He has best bet 1 on yesterday's program. I don't know if Robert Light is a big fan of the actual retail therapy or not. Does he
Yes,
kind of look
at
as
the
a shopper
grocery
to you?
store.
Yeah, but
He's
what
a
about,
big
like,
shopper.
What about like clothes shopping? Do you think
No, I
that's
don't
his
think
thing?
that's his thing.
No.
No, I don't think that's his thing. Like,
Grocery for sure.
I can remember when I worked here in the bookkeeper's office, I was the assistant bookkeeper at the time, and there was a day I just said, you know what? I'm just going to go to the mall instead. And I drove right on past Woodbine. I called my boss at the time, Frank Courtney, and said, I need some retail therapy. And he was cool with that.
I tried that too, and you know what they
happens.
said? Get your butt in here. So I said, okay, boss. Now we're going to take that commercial break. When we come back, we got some work, some really nice works with some horses they're going to see in some big races coming up in the not too distant future. Stay with us.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
This summer, experience the thrill of Canada's biggest race day, the King's Plate, Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. Tickets on sale now at kingsplate.com.
2 weeks and 1 day away from the plate.
Crazy.
Crazy. August the 15th, very much looking forward to that. And some of the horses we're going to focus in on right now with our workout reports you might see on plate day, as a matter of fact. And let's start off with a couple of Kevin Attard trainees. And we're going to start off with Defina, who came off not a great run last time out, but Mullany certainly did. Won the Alley Wow Stakes. And Mullany's on the outside. On the inside is Defina. Mullany clearly the better of the two in this work, and what I really like is just how Mullany is getting better and better, I would say, with each and every race.
Yeah, look at this hold that the riders got too. This is quite interesting. Like, this one wants to go, and you can see the horse along the inside. Defina is just happy to paddle away there. Now, you did mention Defina didn't have the greatest of races last start out, but she did break her maiden at Gulfstream on the turf, so this might not be her preferred surface. It's just where she happens to be working. Gets a little urging here, but look at the work from Milan. I always want to call her Melania, but it's not. She won the Alley Wow at 6.5 furlongs. Yeah, so just a beautiful workout, I think, for the outside horse. And the inside horse, I want to see her on the turf next start out.
Both horses have got some talent, and surprise, I was just looking at the 2-year-old stake race nominations. Right. Catch a Glimpse in the Soaring Free. Guess who's absolutely loaded in those races? Kevin Attard.
Well, yeah, he has unleashed so many 2-year-olds as of late, and those are both 2-year-old stakes events, right? Yep. So, I didn't have a chance to look, but I'm going to assume the flight line's in there. Yeah. I mean, he has a lot of really nice 2-year-olds, and we probably even haven't seen half of them yet.
Let's go to a smaller barn now. This is the Carlos Grant barn. He uncorked a Bond Street that was able to win the first asking by the name of Bond Market and was going around 2 turns. I don't know where they're going to go next with this one. I'm not so worried about the time because he's a stamina type of horse, Elisa. Do you go to the plate? They did pay him into the race. And it's a smaller kind of ownership group. I don't know what they're going to do.
So he was a first out winner and a bit of a surprise too. And he won at a mile on the turf. Yeah. So maybe, if I think people are waiting to see who's going into the plate, because if the filly happens to go luster, then it might scare a few people away. If she doesn't go, then it could open it up to a horse like this. But maybe breeders is what's on their mind.
That's exactly what I would do. And now don't forget.
But you got to find something else in the middle.
Right, obviously. And that race has now gone a purse increase. Now it's going for 500,000 now, right?
Because it did drop at one point.
Yes, so that's exactly what I would do too. And we'll see if Carlos does that or not. But it's nice to have some options.
Well, we'll talk to Carlos. I think we'll find out.
Okay, check out this work. We've got Magical Factor and English Actor. English Actor is on the outside. Look at Stevie Bain here with Magical Factor. I mean, talking about just having this horse guzzled the entire way.
He's got a lot of racehorse. This is great. And very strong, obviously, in this workout. And Stevie doesn't really let his reins out until they're basically on the gallop out. I mean, this is a horse who wants to go and is very happy with the job that he has. English Actor, there's a lot of talk about English Actor as well.
Look at the chest on this
I know.
horse.
I mean, wow. And now the more, I mean, he's a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then watch around here, you'll see he lets his fingers out just a little bit to give this horse a little bit of breathing room, a little bit more reins there, and there you go, but drops his hands now. So this is a serious racehorse.
Remember in the Marine, though, he got kind of stupid in the walking ring. He got a little
hot.
hot.
Yes, I do remember that, because Sean Smullen had to bring him over, remember? And he was a wild man in the paddock.
He got a little hot, too, I think.
He got he got hot. Sean Smolin was soaking wet. There was a pony out there for him too. Like they've done everything that they could to try to calm him down, and that's going to be the trick as well. But yeah, they had to employ Sean Smolin to bring the horse over, and that was a lot of work, I think.
Yeah, and I just worry about him on a big day with there being a lot of people here.
That's true,
I was
and
gonna handle
sights and
everything.
sounds and balloons.
But I'll tell you, from a looks point of view, holy smokes,
Pretty
wouldn't
neat.
want to go in the wrestling cage with that guy. I'd lose that battle. Now, if you want to see just a good workhorse, this guy has been a good workhorse his entire career, and this is Poulin OT. He always works fast and always works well. And he's coming off his victory in the Pink Lloyd Stakes.
Right, so he's Steve Owen's top dog in the barn, and this work is in 47-2. This is just a nice, like Ryan Munger's aboard. This is beautiful. Like, look at how still Ryan is. It's probably he could probably balance a cup of tea while he's working this horse. I mean, beautiful animal. We know that he's had to overcome some issues in the past. They took a chip out of him at one point in time, but he came back bigger and stronger, and they were well rewarded for their patience with him as well. So going to be a great older horse here at Woodbine.
And speaking of pre-race appearances, we talked about Magical Factor. When he last ran, I remember he walked into the walking ring like he was Mike Tyson.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's right. You're right. I was outside that day, and he walked in, and it was like, hey, everybody, take a look at me.
Exactly.
You know, what a horse with a ton of confidence. And no doubt about it, he gets all the attention and all the mints over in that barn, too, because he is the barn star. So they get, in a small barn, when you have a star, boy, do they ever get treated incredibly well.
Thanks to our crew for coming in early and giving us some visuals of those horses. We're going to have some more workouts for you tomorrow with some of the 2-year-olds on the program. We'll have more work freaking up on Sunday as well. We'll have some plate workers as well. We just showed you one, and we're going through the footage from this morning, and we'll see if we'll have, because military time did work this morning. Not sure if we caught that one or not, but if we did, we'll probably pass along to the next couple of days as a matter of fact.
In fact, we got some interesting information sent to us today from one of our reporter friends down south.
Yes.
Who had talked to Mark Casse or had heard from Mark Casse about military time. Sounds like he's headed towards the plate. And he's pretty excited about the extra distance for him as well.
Right, and I think Mark's right. The maturity thing is with him. I just don't know how much mentally he keeps his mind on business throughout the entire race with him.
Funny, like last year's a 2-year-old, he was so mature.
Yeah.
And this year as a 3-year-old, everybody's caught up to him, and some have gone past him.
Yeah, it happens. But for sure he'll get the distance. Of that, I have no question. But as a friend of mine always says, Jeff, every horse gets the distance, just how quickly they get the distance.
That's true. Like, Jeff could run a mile. I can run a mile.
It will take me about 4 days to do it, but I'll get it done at some point, nonetheless. Okay, so 26 minutes away from post time for race number 1. We're just going to wait the arrival of the horses here for the opener. What I love, too, Elise, is over the next couple of weeks is during the races, if you're here on track, you'll probably see some plate schoolers as well.
Yeah, that's true. You're going to see those
and we'll try to give you some visuals of that as well.
And keep your eye on the calendar for the month of August, too, because remember, we don't race the Thursday prior to the King's Plate.
Right. Good point. Good point. And happy birthday
Refer
again
to the magnet.
To our track announcer, Robert Geller, one of the truly good guys of the sport of horse racing. When we come back, we'll take a look at the opener as the field will be arriving momentarily. It's the first of 7 on a Friday, coming up next.
I stayed later because
There's a look at Mr. William Thrandos putting the finishing touches on the two. That is good. Sin, one of the rare Thrandos horses this year to not only not win, but not hit the board yet this year.
It might
Lisa
be the only
and Jeff
one.
with you. Yeah. That's a bit of a rarity. What a terrific season he has had. And he's got a lot of nice thrills he was telling us about, too. He uncorked one, what, about 2 weeks ago?
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah, so looking forward to that. So field of 5 overall as we travel around 2 turns here in a mile and a 16th. Now, I've known you for so long. You've known me for so long. Like when you walk in, I can tell right off the bat if you're having a bad day, vice versa too. The last time this horse ran, he never looked happy to me, Alley-Oop Johnny. He looked hot. He just looked agitated, which is very, very unusual for him. So just keep an eye on him. If he looks as good as he does right now, he's probably going to run well.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of his race if he wants it.
Yep.
And what's interesting is that they took him for 10. He wasn't happy, like you said, in that 15. And what do they do today? They just drop him all the way down to the bottom. Like, I guess they're saying, hey, you want him, come and get him. He is 9 years old, but as Jeff and I talked about, we still have like half of the season left to go. So and it's 7,500. All you got to do is run him back for 10, and you can make your money back and then some. So an interesting horse that's being offered up here for a low price tag might be the lowest price he's ever been in for, Jeff.
Might be, yeah.
Isn't that interesting too? So he gets Romero Mirage aboard. He remembers more than some of these other horses do. 10-time winner in this group. It's his race if he wants it.
So post position number 1 for Alley-Oop Johnny. Even though he didn't run up to par last time out, I think if he repeats that last race, he's good enough to win here. Good Sin is the number 2. New pilot here today as Pietro Morin will take over. It's not like those first 2 starts have been bad, but they just haven't had the oomph, I would say, required to win a race.
They haven't hit the Bill Theranis, performance peak that we've seen from so many other horses from his outfit this season. And you're right, like this is probably the lowest on the totem pole from his barn because he just hasn't showed us so much this season. He's had a 4th and a 6th place effort from just the 2 starts. The last time this horse was winning, it was in a wide open 75, and it was at 2 turns. And on that day, he came from way at the back, away from the back. I mean, he was probably 10 lengths out of it and ended up winning. Likely the speed is going to come from Alley-Oop Johnny. So if you think that Alley-Oop Johnny might be a bit vulnerable or that he can't carry it right to the wire, then maybe watch for Good Sin to be closing.
Now he gets Chimista. Good run last time, a really good run. Lost to Chairman Bob, classy horse, but the only time the horse went 2 turns was 2 starts ago, and it was a total disaster.
Wasn't it? I mean, he got a 1. How many times do you see that as far as a buyer speed figure is concerned? Like, would you rather have the dreaded
0.
donut or 1? I think I'd rather get the dreaded donut, but I just don't know about this experiment traveling around 2 turns here today, although he's going to get a check. It's only a 5-horse field.
And it was a lot tougher of a field he was in against 2 starts ago, but still, that's obviously not a very encouraging sign. What's going on with Pet Sounds? Great year last year. The horse made a lot of money, but so far this year has not been one that's made a whole lot of noise. But do you see some signs of life in that most recent race?
Well, here's the thing. It's exactly what you said about the horse we could say about the barn. Great year last year. Haven't heard much from them this year. And I don't know what's going on over there, but they probably need to restock. Just, unload some horses that aren't cutting it and get some new life into the barn. Now, one thing that I noticed here is that Romero goes to the 1. I understand that completely. So he gets a rider change to Douglas, who helps the horse to get in a little bit lighter. You are going from Slade Jones, who was carrying 122 to 116 here today. So that could make a little bit of a difference. You're talking about quite a different weight for this horse. And that last race wasn't all that bad. Keep in mind, that was a wide open 7,500. Some of these horses are coming out of those 75 non-winners of 3 or non-winners of a race in a year. So I consider the wide open 75s much tougher.
And one of those horses is Armino. They got the win last time out. Mission accomplished at 28-1. But he's probably walked over to the paddock today and said, hey, Alley-Oop Johnny, how many races have you won? He's like, 10.
Exactly.
Like, oh, boy.
You got that right. I mean, so yeah, he's a horse who's basically just gone through his conditions, and this would be his first time facing wide open company, which is a big step up for a lot of horses. He was claimed last season for only $5,000, so he's just kind of remained around the same value, I guess. But this barn is having a really good meet, and when I look at this barn, we don't normally see allowance stake horses at all. But this is what we see from this barn, which is, our claiming types. And they do very well with them because they don't get high on them.
Yep.
They race them in the right spots where they can win. Let's face it, when you're talking about $7,500 claimers, I mean, they're interchangeable. You can lose one, pick another one up, lose one, pick another one up. And also, this barn clicks at a really high average when they use Jeffrey Alderson. So they're in off of a win. I know it was against that non-winners of 3, non-winners of a race in the year, but just the way the barn's going, I think it's a horse I would use.
Race 1, you're going to have the heavy favorite on the inside, that being Alley-Oop Johnny, who seeks career win number 11. We got 5 of them to consider here as we start off our Friday program here at Woodbine. And for pick 3 and double purposes, I'll put my chips all in on this crafty old-timer coming up in the opener.
Call to post the first race coming up on this Friday. There are no changes. They'll go a mile and 16 and competing at this distance, 3-year-olds and up. The first race is 7 minutes away. They're on the track. Here is the field, race 1 in the post parade. Number 1, Alley Oop Johnny with Romero Mirage. And the trainer is Jim Ensom. Dennis Savard and Jim Ensom are the owners. Number 2 is Good Sin, who's trained by William Theranos for Royal Strike Stables with Pietro Moran. 3, Jamista. Austin Adams has the ride for Joe Russo and Teresa Bryan. Number 4, Pet Sounds, in the barn of Danny Yu for Sekyun Chung, the rider Christoph Douglas. And number 5, Armino, trained by Karen Palmer for Radcliffe Racing Stable and Stephen Kutlarowski, the rider Jeffrey Alderson, with 5 minutes from the first race. We are 3 minutes from a start, 3 minutes. Post time, they're asked to be loaded now. They're coming forward for a start with Alley-oop Johnny at 2-5. Alley-oop Johnny trying to get back to the winners list after having 2 in a row, and then beaten favourite last start has gone in. Moving forward is Good Sin. This race opens a 7-race program on this Friday, and going forward is Jamista. Beautiful conditions, a really picture-perfect day as we start the first of 7. The last 2 move up, Pet Sounds and Armino. In similar silks, really. Pet Sounds with the red cap and Armino coming to the outside for the barn of Karen Palmer. Stand by for his start. Race 1, all in and locked up. Off their race and best away, Alley-oop Johnny and Jamista. They began in front of on the inside Good Sin, and at the wire the first time, Alley-oop Johnny away from the rail leads Good Sin, who angles out. Coming up on the inside, Pet Sounds, Armino in the center, and on the outside back to the tail is Jamista. Turning out the stretch, and Alley-oop Johnny shows the way by 3 parts of a length. In second is Good Sin, and tucking in third is Pet Sounds. A length behind the trio is Armino, and dropping about 5 behind is Jamista. So Alley-oop Johnny with an assertive roll up in front, took the lead early and is in front by a neck. Good Sin on the outside, prodding a little bit. A length and a half away third, Pet Sounds. Gaining ground is Armino to join, and now 7 away last is Jamista. They went through the first quarter at a dawdle, 26-1, and showing the way on the inside of the 5/8 Alley-oop Johnny by about a long neck. On the outer, Good Sin, 1 away, Pet Sounds having a nice trail on the inside of Armino, and still about 6.5 away last is Jamista. They go through the half in 52-2. That's right, 52-2. Alley-oop Johnny in front. Good Sin in second. On the inside, Pet Sounds, the outer Armino as they start to bustle a bit, and 5 away last is Jamista. And Armino's the first to say enough of this and comes up on the outside to put some pace in the race and has hit the front. Armino took over narrowly. Alley-oop Johnny now responding on the inside as they sprint, and it will be a sprint from here. And coming up the rail, Pet Sounds, Good Sin is on the outside, turning, and Alley-oop Johnny clawing its way back on the rail to join Armino. A length behind them, Pet Sounds on the inside trying to thread through, and any of the 3 a chance. Narrowly in front, Alley-oop Johnny and Armino back in the lead. Armino from Alley-oop Johnny, they tussle it out, and on the inside, Pet Sounds, Armino in front, Armino narrowly, Alley-oop Johnny trying desperately. Armino just wins the first from Alley-oop Johnny. Back in third, Pet Sounds, and 5 away, Good Sin. Last, Jamista, 148.18. It is a photo finish. The first quarter, 26-1, a half a mile, 52-2. 3 quarters was 1:17. The mile, 1:41.3. The final time is 1:48.18. The winner is number 5, Armino. Second is 1, Alley-oop Johnny. Third, number 4, Pet Sounds. And fourth is 2, Good Sin. The first race numbers are 5, 1, 4, 2. A great win by Armino, and Karen Palmer, his barn, really doing extremely well as he takes the first. And coming back to scale is Jeffrey Alderson, and he's on a bit of a roll too and riding ever so well as he takes the opener. And the first race, a bit of an upset in terms of the price. But Armino was a winner last start, and now a back-to-back winner. So it is success once again for Radcliffe Racing Stable and Stephen Kotlarowski. Bred by Frank O'Malley, the Bay Gelding is a 4-year-old by Lookin' at Lucky from Egbert Bay. Karen Palmer and Jeffrey Alderson take the opener, and now a 4-time winner, Armino. And a return in the first race of $20.80 with a result official and $5.80 to place. That exacta 5-1, $41.40, and the trifecta 5-1-4, $64.05. First race super 5-1-4-2, $159.80. The 1-5 swinger 285, 4-5 370, 1-4 270. Again, there was no show wagering on the first. Off their race and best away, Alley-Oop Johnny and Jamista. They began in front of On the Inside, Good Sin. And at the wire the first time, Alley-Oop Johnny away from the rail leads Good Sin, who angles out. Coming up on the inside, Pet Sounds, Armino in the center. And on the outside, back to the tail, is Jamista. Turning out the stretch, and Alley-Oop Johnny shows the way by 3 parts of a length. In second is Good Sin, and tucking in third is Pet Sounds. A length behind the trio is Armino, and dropping about 5 behind is Jamista. So Alley-Oop Johnny with an assertive roll up in front, took the lead early and is in front by a neck. Good Sin on the outside, prodding a little bit. A length and a half away third, Pet Sounds. Gaining ground is Armino to join, and now 7 away last is Jamista. They went through the first quarter at a dawdle, 26-1, and showing the way on the inside of the 5/8 Alley-Oop Johnny by about a long neck. On the outer, Good Sin, 1 away, Pet Sounds, having a nice trail on the inside of Armino, and still about 6.5 away last is Jamista. They go through the half in 52-2. That's right, 52-2. Alley-Oop Johnny in front. Good Sin in second. On the inside, Pet Sounds, the outer Armino, as they start to bustle a bit, and 5 away last is Jamista. And Armino's the first to say enough of this, and comes up on the outside to put some pace in the race and has hit the front. Armino took over narrowly. Alley-Oop Johnny now responding on the inside as they sprint, and it will be a sprint from here. And coming up the rail, Pet Sounds, Good Sin is on the outside, turning, and Alley-Oop Johnny clawing its way back on the rail to join Armino. A length behind them, Pet Sounds on the inside, trying to thread through, and any of the three a chance. Narrowly in front, Alley-Oop Johnny and Armino back in the lead. Armino from Alley-Oop Johnny, they tussle it out, and on the inside, Pet Sounds, Armino in front, Armino narrowly, Alley-Oop Johnny trying desperately, Armino just wins the first from Alley-Oop Johnny. Back in third, Pet Sounds, and 5 away, Good Sin, last Jamista, 148.18. And there is the finish order, race 1. There is the win photo. Alley-Oop Johnny has been claimed yet again. This time from the barn of Jim Ensom goes to owner-trainer Pat Perrante. Race 2, there are no changes, but do note the Jackpot Power Pick 6 has a carryover of $6,161.53. It's the start of the $50,000 guaranteed Pick 5, 17 minutes to race 2. Who will take the crown? The King's Plate, Saturday, August 15th at Woodbine Racetrack. Fashion, food, music, and the thunder of the track. Grab your tickets from only $35 at kingsplate.com and rule the day.
Biggest price of the week so far, as Armino now wins back-to-back races and does so at odds of 8-1, defeating the heavy favorite, that being Alley-Oop Johnny. Second race on the day, we'll start off the Jackpot Power Pick 6 carryover is over $6,000, and this starts off the Pick 5 pool guaranteed here today at $50,000. We're going to go a mile to 16th, and we'll start off with the one Lost Ark.
So for Lost Star, I don't know. I think we just toss the last race on the turf. I think the better races for this horse have taken place on the main track, and that's where the horse is going to transition over to today. This is a small outfit, but I think this is probably one of the best horses that they have in their barn. So, you know, possibly a player for fringe efforts, but not one that I'm going to put my money on.
Louis the Champ is the number 2, another one that was in for $25,000. In fact, comes out of that same race that was won by Trevally last time out.
Right, and before that, he was in for $15,000. And what's interesting is that in that race, he was kind of up there with the group, and then he just backed away. They've changed riders a couple of times with him this season. They had Silvera, they had Moran, now they'll go back to Campos. I think Campos is really one of this barn's go-to riders, but I just haven't seen enough from this horse to really get too excited.
Let's get to number 3 right now at 10-1. This is Sol de Verano, and they're going to make a bit of an experiment here today as the blinkers are going to come off.
Right, and you know, he comes out of the same race as Professor Reload, so if you like him at 2-1, you might want to take a look at this 3 horse at a bit of a price here. He's at 10-1 right now. What I like is that it looks like they went back and tightened the screws. He was last seen racing on June the 6th, and then they went back to work with him. They worked him 3 times in the interim, 47-3, 48-3, and 101-3, and they'll take the blinkers off here today. So maybe what you're getting here today is a much tighter horse, and you can see he's really on his toes.
Turbocharged took the drop last time out, and it worked to perfection until the inquiry sign was posted.
Right, he got DQ'd, and that didn't work out for the previous connections, but it works out for the new connections because they still get to come back for the non-winners of 2. Now, what are they going to do at a racetrack where so many people wait the 30 days to come back? That's not the case. They'll raise this horse up for $15,000 to put Leo Salas back aboard. He was aboard for both of these horses' victories, including the one that he was DQ'd from. So obviously, he's followed this horse to the new outfit.
And the number 5 is the big dropper in the field. This is Kamasi right now, co-favored.
We've seen a lot of big droppers over the last couple of weeks, and I think we've learned that they're worth putting in your ticket. Obviously, this is the easiest group that this horse specifically is ever going to face here today. So if he's got any type of talent, it should pop up with a win in this race. You get Pietro Moran aboard. That's the confidence booster for me. The fact that Pietro rode him when he broke his maiden in the optional 40, and Pietro's going to stick around for 15,000.
And we're wrapping up with my top pick, and this is Professor Reload. Good run last time out.
Big horse, and if you watch the replay that we showed you on the pregame show, because of his size, I think it just takes him some time to get his legs underneath him and get motoring. So if you're looking for a horse that you're going to see late in this race, it will likely be the 6, Professor Reload. Lightly raced this season. He's only had the 1 start. He comes back here today with again, a couple of workouts, 3 workouts underneath his belt since that last race. And note that the winner, Call Me Sue, from that most recent start, came back to win again.
Race 2 starts off those critical wagers, the jackpot power pick 6 and the pick 5 with that pool guaranteed at $50,000. The slight favorite in the doubles is the big dropper, that being Kamasi.
Call to post for the upcoming second race, the start of the $50,000 guaranteed pick 5 and the pick 6 carryover $6,161.53. No changes as they head to the mile and 16 start, and this race coming up in just 7 minutes. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. Post parade, here's the field. Number 1, Lost Star. The rider is Jodine Anderson for Goldcrest Racing and Marjorie Patterson. Number 2, Louis the Champ. The rider is Jose Campos for Stephen Sherkop and Michael Bellissimo. Nathan Squires is the trainer of number 3, Sol de Verano, with Luis Reyes in the saddle for Alberto Campos-Cota, Joseph Freeman, and Nathan Squires. 4 Turbo Charged, the trainer Devin Gittins, owned by Arlene James with rider Leo Sales. Ballycroy Bloodstock, owners of 5, Kamazi, John Ross trainer, the rider Pietro Morin. And number 6, from the barn of Patrick Dixon, Professor Reload, Kim Miller is the owner, jockey Zarrell Ford, and we're 5 minutes away, race 2. So we're 3 minutes from a start. Again, this is the first leg in the $50,000 guaranteed pick 5 and a carryover in the jackpot power pick 6 of over $6,161. And they're on post time. Loading is Lost Star as they come forward for the second race, where the favorite is odds on in Kamazi, currently touching down to 4-5. 7-2 is Professor Reload. 4-1 Turbocharge. So the inside runners are big odds, including Louis the Champ, who has gone in. Next along is Sol de Verano. This race at the mile and 16, coming up as the start of the pick 5 and the jackpot power pick 6. Turbocharged about to link up. The right here for Leo Salas. They're almost ready with Kamazi. And Kamazi in the green has moved forward. Outside gate, Professor Reload and Zarel Ford. Race 2 of the program. They're set to run. Off their race and a very good start. Coming out on top, Kamazi. And no bones about that, is well clear early. Coming up on the inside is Louis the Champ, and showing some early pace, Sol de Verano and Professor Reload the outside. At the back, Lost Star and Turbocharged on the outer. Out the stretch and showing the way is Kamazi, and now can settle at a modest tempo by a length to Professor Reload. Over on the inside, Louis the Champ. They're the top trio. A bit of a break, a length and a half to Sol de Verano, cuddled along behind them, and second last, Turbocharged. Lost Stars on the inside. Heading up the backstretch in front, it is Kamazi and Pietro Moran controlling the terms of the race. A length to Professor Reload. Racing handy on the inside, Louis the Champ. A length behind them came Sol de Verano, and out wider Turbocharged, and one away last is Lost Star. Racing towards the 4.5, and there's a couple up front who continue to play cat and mouse tactics, Kamazi and Professor Reload. A length and a half away, Sol de Verano now a length, and now going to the lead, Professor Reload's dashed up, Kamazi's dropped off completely, and after being in front is having to be pulled out the race, so things have gone awry with the favorite Kamazi. And as they head down the side, taking over, it is Sol de Verano from Professor Reload, so a new leader again. Coming forward on the outside, Turbocharged. Lost Stars running on pretty well in the center. And a length behind them is Louis the Champ. And as they head down to the turn into the stretch, out in front, Sol de Verano being chased by Turbocharged. Cutting clear now, Sol de Verano raced away by 3 lengths. On the outside, Turbocharged, battling away Lost Star, and down the outside is Louis the Champ. The leader is tired, Sol de Verano. Lost Star's wriggling home on the inside as a threat right now, and Lost Star a chance to get up here, takes over, and it is Lost Star has found the winner's circle. Lost Star by a length from Sol de Verano, Turbocharged, and Louis the Champ, and more to come regarding Kamazi and rider Pietro Moran pulling the horse out the race and then dismounting and assisting with that runner. 1:48.21 the time. Number 1 is first, Lost Star. Second is 3, Sol de Verano. And 4, Turbocharged third. Fourth was 2, Louis the Champ. So the numbers are 1, 3, 4, 2. The first quarter was 24 and 4. A half 50 and 1. And 3/4, 1:15. The mile, 1:41 and 1. The race time, 1:48.21. More to come regarding horse 5. Now heading into the winner's circle is Lost Star, and Lost Star taking the victory is success for Goldcrest Racing and trainer Marjorie Patterson. This dark pale brown 5-year-old gelding by Lost Treasure from Star Dynasty was bred by Chris Seaman in Indiana, and it is Lost Star with Jodine Anderson coming up the rail in a fine finish to win, and Lost Star a second career success here today. Race 2 has gone official. Kamasi pulling out the race of his own accord, and Pietro Moran did pull the horse out gradually, was able to dismount and then assisted by holding the horse, and has been attended to after the race. That Pietro, I believe, is okay. More to come as we have the prices about to follow on the second race. Great price play in the end. Lost Star went out to 10-1, $22.40, $10.30 and $3.30. 3 sold to Verano, $6.30 and $4, and 4 Turbo Charge, $3.20. The Exacta 1-3, $112.60, and the Try 1-3-4, $162.20. The Super number 2 fourth, $535 and 50 cents. The 5-1 opening double has paid $171.10. The 1-3 Swinger, $6.55, 1-4, $4.90. And 3-4, $4.85, and they are the payouts on the second race.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
There's a reason we use expressions like storybook season in sport. For over 160 years, the King's Plate has played out like an enchanted fairy tale. It's Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. King's Plate, Canada's race. Be part of the spectacle, be part of the legacy. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at kingsplate.com.
Back-to-back big prices to start the day as Lost Star at 10-1 comes from way off the pace to pull off the victory. First win of the season for trainer Marjorie Patterson as well. Now we get onto the turf, going 7.5 furlongs, an optional 40. Non-winners of 3 races lifetime, and it's next pitch going around 2 turns and trying 2 turns on turf for the first time as well here today. As run on the turf in the past, just not going 2 turns on the turf. Right now that one at even money. The number 1 is Awesome Rainbow. Got that confidence-building win back on May the 29th, and at least the last time out just ran against a horse he couldn't beat.
Last year, this was a really frustrating horse, and I can even remember talking to Norm McKnight about him as well, because they had such high hopes for him, and he just never really was able to put it all together. But this season, he's a little bit different, and what has made him different, I think, was the day that Bill dropped him in for 25 and he got the win. He got a massive confidence booster that day, and then the next start out, they put him back in the 40, and he runs a really good second to a very good horse, DeWolf, who has really found new life since transitioning over to the turf. He's a player for sure here in this race. I've used him in the 3rd spot.
Let's keep an eye on Frack Right, because he can get very agitated pre-race. He gets very, very warm. So far, so good. We'll see once he leaves the stall what he looks like. But he's never gone around 2 turns before on this particular turf course.
And, you know, he just hasn't shown us much this year. Aside from showing a little bit of early zip in his races, he certainly backs up. I mean, he was beaten 20 lengths on the 16th of May, beaten 10 lengths on the 12th of July, and today gets another rider change. So he's had Crawford when he was with Bev Chubb. Now he's had Alderson, and today he gets Zerrell Ford. So they're still trying to figure this guy out, I think.
Next pitch, this is a bit of an experiment, going 7.5 furlongs, and it's a bit of an experiment on this particular course too, because the 2 previous efforts have taken place on the E.P. Taylor turf course.
And it reminds me, Jeff, to let everybody know the Blue Jays play tonight. They open another series at home, so that's exciting. But yeah, this is, like you said on the pregame show, going to answer a couple of questions for us. What does he think about the turf, and what does he think about traveling around on 2 turns? Now, he's tried turf a couple of times in his life, and, you know, so-so. But this season, he's just happened to hook some monsters. I mean, Regal Guest is a really cool horse. Sayunis is a really cool horse. Same thing could be seen for Payne's Spirit. So he gets away from the likes of those, and that's likely why he's getting so much support here right now. Small Barn does a great job.
Let's see if this one can handle those tight turns on the inside course, because, as I said, far different than the E.P. Taylor turf course. The 4 is Lean Music Machine. Comes off a rather authoritative score, I thought, last time out, but has never hit the board on turf before.
I think we're all in agreement that this is the best claim that they made over the winter in New York. Devin went down to get into New York. They claimed a few horses. Not all of them have really panned out, but this one at least has found the winner's circle and always tries. He was taken for 20. He's never really missed a check at all since coming here to Toronto. He's offered up for the $40,000 tag. He's a horse who's only tried the turf a few times in his life, but he's coming in off of a pretty nice victory. 78 Beyer speed figure, that's actually the lifetime high for him. I have a little bit of questions as far as the 2 turns, same as you do with next pitch, because of those tight turns here today.
Yoshi's the number 5. Now this one's of a mare that's produced a couple of turf winners, and hopefully with the drop in class, he can get back on track.
And we showed you that work that he had on July the 25th, a really nice work. He's got a real high head carriage. You're going to see that. He's easy to find out on the racetrack. He exits the Grade 3 Marine, in which he faced Bricchetto. And Bricchetto and Magical Factor are going to be contenders for this year's King's Plate. So why are we in for $40,000? You know, maybe he's just not going to suit the barn anymore. But I think they've aggressively placed him here in a spot where he can win. Chris Douglas was aboard for that most recent work in 47-4. I know you don't see Abley here today, but maybe they're just trying to get him in a little as light as they can.
Private Label just hasn't been the same Private Label this year. Hopefully start number 3 off the layoff can solve that.
And they'll put the blinkers on for his race here today. He comes out of the DeWolf race as well. Ryan Munger worked him, but it's Pietro Moran who will do the riding. Ryan really does know this horse quite well, but he will sit out this race, and instead it'll be Pietro. Blinkers are being added here today. I mean, does DeRusso have a 1-2 punch in this race? Possibly. I remember when he claimed this horse for $40,000 off Rachel Halden. It was a big win that day, and we just haven't been able to find the winner's circle, unfortunately, since.
Yeah, just trying to look at the probable will pays here to see who is the favorite in the multiple leg wagers. The favorite is, in the pick 3, Yoshi, and what about the double? The favorite in the double is Awesome Rainbow. So looks like we're going
Interesting.
to have kind of those two vying for favoritism here coming up in this spot.
All right. Well, I'll take Yoshi here. I mean, right now we're getting a decent price on him, 3-1, because the money's showing on the 3 next pitch.
12 minutes to go before the third.
Call to post race 3, and this will be on the Bet365 inner turf, where number 5, Yoshi, is 1 pound over. We're in lane 4. Once again, the rail at 32 feet out, and the firm reading confirmed by the going stick, 11.2. This third race, 7 1/2 furlongs on the Bet365 inner turf, is an optional claiming race. It is for 3-year-olds and up who are non-winners of 3, or Ontario side allowance, non-winners of 3. 5 minutes, race 3. In the post parade, here's the field number 1, Awesome Rainbow, with Romero Mirage on board for Rainbow Stables and William Theranos. Number 2, Frack Right, and Scott Fairley is the trainer here for Ace Racing Stable Incorporated and Inferno Racing Stables Incorporated. Jockey Zarel Ford. Number 3, Next Pitch, trained by John LeBlanc Jr., owned by LeBlanc Racing Stable Incorporated. Jockey David Moran. Bruno Chicadans, owner of number 4, Lean Music Machine. Devin Gittins, the trainer. In the saddle, Esjuan Flores. Dale DeRusso sending out number 5, Yoshi, for Centennial Farms, Niagara Incorporated. And the rider, Christoph Douglas. Also from the barn of Dale DeRusso, number 6, Private Label. Teresa Scheel is the owner. Jockey Pietro Moran. This field going to the inner turf, race 3 in 3 minutes. Now the starting gate being put into place for the upcoming third race, where current favourite is 5, and that is Yoshi at 6 to 5. 7-2, both numbers 1, Awesome Rainbow, and 3, Next Pitch. 5-1 for number 6, Private Label, and then bigger odds from there. Momentarily out the saddle is S1 Flores from Lean Music Machine. And a saddle adjustment there. As they move forward for a start, Lean Music Machine's rider back in the saddle as they come up. The favorite for the race at 9-5 is Yoshi. Moving forward is Awesome Rainbow, the first to go up. On the Bet365, Inner Turf. 5-2 second favorite, Awesome Rainbow. Next pitch, 7-2. As they move in for a start, it's Frack Right for the barn of Scott Fairley. Next pitch comes up. A last start winner, Lean Music Machine to gate 4. Now it is Yoshi to gate 5, and the outside to stablemate, Private Label. With the blinkers on and the field about to be sent away. Ready to run, locked up. Off of the race and a very good start for Frack Right. Came out on top. Yoshi is handy with on the inside, Awesome Rainbow settling, and Lean Music Machine the center. Private Label the outside. Next pitch early on is the trailer. As they go into the turn out the stretch, and up the rail goes Awesome Rainbow, and out in front Frack Right. And settling in second, Yoshi, Awesome Rainbow over on the inside, and they've come out by a length. Going forward, Private Label, Lean Music Machine, and 1.5 to next pitch is last. Yoshi engaging Frack Right as they work together inside the 5/8, and they are the leaders. On the inside, Frack Right ahead in front. Yoshi prodding in second, 3 lengths away in third is Awesome Rainbow traveling comfortably. Private Label the outside, next pitch started to move up, and on the inner is Lean Music Machine. A half-mile to run, and racing clear, it's Frackrite. Frackrite got away again by 3 lengths. Yoshi second, 1 to Awesome Rainbow, Private Label, 2 to Next Pitch, second last, and Lean Music Machine at the back. Frackrite into the turn, speeds along, 3/8 left to run, and opens the lead to almost 4 lengths. Yoshi in second, Private Label pushed along, 2.5 away, Next Pitch, running on around the outside of Awesome Rainbow, who's back to second last. And the trailer Lean Music Machine, they're coming quickly now. Yoshi's coming within a length of the leader. Frackrite in front, joined by Yoshi. Awesome Rainbow letting loose the rail and down the outside. Next Pitch is winding up, but Yoshi's raced right away from them. Yoshi burst out 3 in front. Next Pitch coming home well down the outside, but Yoshi's got it 1 and galloping on to a very impressive victory. Yoshi on the turf by 4 lengths. Next Pitch second. Third in the centre, Private Label, and a gap to Frackrite from Awesome Rainbow, and last, Lean Music Machine. 129.99. The winner is number 5, Yoshi, who ended up as the second favourite in the race. Second is 3, Next Pitch, who ended up as the favourite. And third, 6, Private Label. Fourth was 2, Frackrite. The numbers are 5, 3, 6, 2. The first quarter, 24 and 2. A half a mile, 48 and 4 and 3/4, 112 and 2. They ran 7/8 in 123 and 4. And the race time, 129.99. And Yoshi, back to the winners list, has now won 3 of 4 career starts, and this time on the Bet365 in a turf, and did it in style. Dale DeRusso had the third place finisher as well, so the winner and third for the barn. And the owners of Yoshi Centennial Farms, Niagara Incorporated. This 3-year-old chestnut gelding, A Bright Future, is by Yoshida from Dance Play, and bred in Ontario by Katie Brown and Brian Bell, and continues the good run for Christoph Douglas, who takes honours. Christoph Douglas and Yoshi, the winner of race number 3. These numbers have gone official, and the prices to follow are now up. $6.90 for Yoshi as the winner, and for a place $3.60, $2.90 to show. Number 3, Next Pitch, $3.70 and $3, and 6, Private Label, $3.50 to show, and the exacta $29.80. Trifecta $57.95, and the Super Number 2 fourth, $227.65. The 1-5 double $89.10, and the pick 3 515 $313.40. 3-5 swinger $315, 5-6 $315, 3-6 $370. Payouts race 3. Locked up. Off of the race and a very good start for Frackrite. Came out on top. Yoshi is handy with on the inside. Awesome Rainbow settling, and Lean Music Machine the center. Private Label the outside. Next pitch early on is the trailer. As they go into the turn out the stretch, and up the rail goes Awesome Rainbow, and out in front Frackrite. And settling in second, Yoshi, Awesome Rainbow over on the inside, and they've come out by a length. Going forward, Private Label, Lean Music Machine, and 1.5 to Next Pitch is last. Yoshi engaging Frackrite as they work together inside the 5/8, and they are the leaders. On the inside, Frackrite ahead in front. Yoshi prodding in second, 3 lengths away in third is Awesome Rainbow traveling comfortably. Private Label the outside. Next Pitch started to move up, and on the inner is Lean Music Machine. A half mile to run, and racing clear, it's Frackrite. Frackrite got away again by 3 lengths. Yoshi second, 1 to Awesome Rainbow, Private Label, 2 to Next Pitch, second last, and Lean Music Machine at the back. Frackrite into the turn, speeds along, 3/8 left to run, and opens the lead to almost 4 lengths. Yoshi in second, Private Label pushed along, 2.5 away Next Pitch, running on around the outside of Awesome Rainbow, who's back to second last. And the trailer Lean Music Machine, they're coming quickly now. Yoshi's coming within a length of the leader. Frackrite in front, joined by Yoshi. Awesome Rainbow letting loose the rail and down the outside. Next Pitch is winding up, but Yoshi's raced right away from them. Yoshi burst out 3 in front. Next Pitch coming home well down the outside, but Yoshi's got it 1 and galloping on to a very impressive victory. Yoshi on the turf by 4 lengths. Next Pitch second. Third in the center, Private Label, and a gap to Frackrite from Awesome Rainbow, and last, Lean Music Machine. 129.99. And there is a look at the finish order. We have the following changes, important ones, as race 4 sees the scratches of 2, 5 and 6, 2 Negon's Law and 5, Royal Presence, the steward scratches, 6 running on time is a vet scratch, so as a result, do note, no place, no show, no try, no super, no swinger bets. Upcoming, the 4th at 1 mile and 16 is 18 minutes away.
Yoshi as the 2-to-1 co-favorites. The next pitch was sent off as the favorite. Next pitch ran terrific, but Yoshi was just a little bit better. That's now 3 wins and 4 starts for the son of Yoshida. Let's now fast forward to race number 4. Unfortunately, we have a bunch of scratch in this race with just a 3-horse field. This does start off the pick 4, and we're going to go amount of 16th, an optional 50,000 claimer, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races. And we start off with the one, and this is a Mad World. So, let me ask you this, out of curiosity. He doesn't have much speed, right? But with there being a 3-horse field, he's probably not going to find himself too far off the pace, I wouldn't think.
I don't think you want to be too far away, yeah. I mean, you talked about it earlier on the pregame show saying that, oh, sorry, I just got to change this. I've got, there we go. Okay, so the first couple of races this year are not that great, right? I mean, we're beating 13 lengths and 19 lengths, but the last race, when they went in the 40 non-2, at least we got a better effort from the horse on that day and was able to close up some ground to finish in the 6th place spot, but only beaten 4 lengths for the win behind Cash the Money and Runner's Eyes. So, you know, she's kind of going in the right direction, you would say, Jeff, and they've got really lucky that the worst she can finish here is 3rd. But I think she's probably the horse I would use in the 2nd spot here. I mean, the 4 is likely the play, but you're not going to get any money on the 4. I just, you know, what do you say? Like, you don't want to be too far out of it. When we get to 3-horse races, it becomes a real rider's race as well. Sahin can kind of control this race up on the front end too. It's it's a difficult one.
Well, listen,
right?
on paper, the 4 should win this race by 10 lengths.
Exactly.
But we don't run these races on paper, as we all know.
Yeah.
And we're going to get to the number 3 now, this being Guerrera, and has already pulled off a big upset here. 2 starts go and winning at odds of 34-1. The Mr. Blue reference, not so great. However, War Legend, not a bad reference. That horse came back 2 starts after that to break through for a maiden win. And I do think that he was in an extremely tough race last time. But that Tux William
Yes.
T. El Capo race,
Yep.
that was salty.
Yeah, and don't forget too, Mr. Blue went lightning fast up front, and it set up really great
Yep.
for a horse to come from off of the pace as well. Okay, let me ask you this: if we didn't have all the scratches, who was your top selection in this race?
Nigon's Law.
That
too.
was mine too.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, because he was coming out of a really tough race
Yep.
as well. Against No More Options and El Cohede. So, Fraser Abley picks up the call first time that he's going to ride this horse for John Mattini.
Now, with Pretty Capable, I guess the question mark is, what is his current status? And it is interesting at this point. You look at him, Elisa, and you're thinking he's a one-time winner, but he's still a whole horse at this point of the
That's
proceedings.
right.
Now, they paid a ton of money for him, so they're probably hoping that he does eventually, kind of figure things out a little bit. But he is coming off a long layoff in here, and listen, the one to me is kind of like best case scenario 40 claimer.
Yeah.
The 3, I'm not
We
sure.
don't know yet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but this horse should be able to win this race.
Because
with ease, I would think.
because let's say we didn't have the scratches, where did you have this horse?
Second.
Me too.
Yeah.
So he just gets bumped up by virtue of the scratch of the 2 horse. He hasn't raced in 8 months, but we're not really concerned about that. I mean, it is a Cassie trainee. He was down at the Cassie Training Center before he came up here to start working in the month of June. There's a good foundation into him, and obviously the fact that they've kept him intact, they want to win more races with this horse, and maybe whatever it was that was bugging him isn't bugging him anymore, and we start all over again.
Let's just stick with the shot. Is it starting to get a little hot for you?
I noticed that he was hot when they turned him around the first time, and you could really see the sweat in between his legs. Now, I'm not sure if they got him with the hose, and that
Yeah.
makes him look wet as well. But hey, nerves are fine. He hasn't seen the racetrack in a
Yeah,
long
true.
time. But again, this race is all Sahin's race. He can control it however he wants to. You see that sweat in behind there, but he can control it all he wants to. And what a nice spot for a comeback race after 8 months away. He couldn't ask for a better
I
spot.
mean, you're basically working a mile
Yeah,
almost, you know what I
exactly.
mean? In a 3-horse field like this. But we all know you don't run these races on paper. And in small fields, we often see odd things. What's going to materialize here on the 4th? It's coming up in 11.
It is the call to post. A check here of the scratches. 2 Negon's Law, 5 Royal Present, 6 Running on Time. No place, no show, no try, no super, no swinger. A 3-horse field. The mile and 16 allowance optional claiming race is for the 3-year-olds and up. On the way to the post parade, 7 minutes. Here are the runners in the field in the post parade. Race 4, number 1 is Mad World with Daisuke Fukumoto riding for Robert Tiller and Frank DiGiulio Jr. And to number 3, Guerra. John Mattini is the trainer for RCC Racing Stable Limited with Fraser Abley. And 4 is Pretty Capable. Sahin Savachi up for Mark Cassian. Gold Standard Racing Stable LLC, and they are on the way to the start. 6 minutes, race 4. That brings us to 3 minutes to a start. 3 minutes. So it is a saddle adjustment to Pretty Capable behind the gate, who is at 1-5. And they're being called in, so the check of the betting, it's 5-2 Mad World, 3-1 Guerra, and 2-5 Pretty Capable as they come up. Just the three of them going the mile in 16, and it is Mad World who goes to the rail for Daisuke Fukumoto. Or is it about to, coming to the line for the start. So Mad World has been placed in. Now it is the turn of Guerra coming up for the start. Fraser Abley. Sahin Savachi will complete the line once Guerra has settled. And now comes to gate 4, Pretty Capable. Pretty Capable for the barn of Marcassi going in. Stand by for the start. And the trio is set. And they're off. Best away, Guerra. Boring right out was Pretty Capable. And Mad World is back third. Pretty Capable is balancing up, but out in front past the wire, Guerra shows the way. And by over a length, Pretty Capable wide on the track. And Mad World skirts the rail at the back as they take the turn. And the leader is Guerra. Guerra shows the way by 3/4. Pretty Capable is muscling in a bit. A length behind them is Mad World, and that is how they settle into order. So far, everything has led to Guerra being the leader without too much pressure. Pretty Capable in second, 3 parts away. And on the inside is Mad World keeping tabs, and they go through what is a fairly modest tempo, 25-2, and Guerra shows the way here for Fraser Abley. Out by a length, Sahin Savachi in second on Pretty Capable, and Daisuke Fukumoto just behind the pair at the back, a length away in third on Mad World. And they run inside the half mile with no change. Guerra being flanked by Pretty Capable as they quicken. 1.25 to Mad World, and they ran through the half in 51-2. Into the turn, and Guerra going out in front by over a length again to Pretty Capable, who quickens. They are having a bit of a battle now as they start the run down to the 5/16. Pretty Capable pushing the leader, and 2 lengths behind them is Mad World. Guerra continues to be pretty stoic in front. On the outside, Pretty Capable, and 2 behind them is Mad World. Pretty Capable within earshot of Guerra on the inside, who's still holding. Guerra in front. Pretty Capable ducks in and now peeling to the outside. Mad World, a trio that's making it interesting here. Guerra from Pretty Capable, who won't straighten up, and Mad World and Guerra holding. Mad World and Pretty Capable are both stretching the neck out. Guerra and the inside, and Guerra has won narrowly from Pretty Capable and Mad World, and that was a good 3-horse battle all the way. 147.39. First quarter in 25 and 2. The half a mile was up in 51 and 2, and 3/4 1:16 and 1. The mile 1:40 and 3. The race time 1:47.39. The winner is number 3, Guerra. Second is 4, Pretty Capable. And third is 1, Mad World. And 3 for 1, the unofficial order. Well, it was the longest shot on the board. I mean, I know it's a 3-horse field, but Guerra was the longest shot and has gone all the way. And a very gallant performance, living up to the name, as the name suggests, a bit of a fighter in a war. Guerra. Congrats to John Mattini on the stretch out. RCC Racing Stable Limited with another victory with this promising bay 3-year-old gelding by Army Mule from Sonic Sister. Bred in Maryland by Owen Kiernan. It's success for Fraser Abley, who controlled the race and held them off. Guerra. So Guerra has returned $9.60. If we go to the next payout, it's an exacta, 3-4, $20.40. And then the pick 3, well, let's go to the double, 5-3, 59 even. And the pick 3, 1-5-3, $224 even. There is the place photo. And the trio is set. And they're off. Best away. Guerra, boring right out, was Pretty Capable. A Mad World is back third. Pretty Capable is balancing up, but out in front past the wire, Guerra shows the way. By over a length, Pretty Capable wide on the track, and Mad World skirts the rail at the back as they take the turn, and the leader is Guerra. Guerra shows the way by 3/4. Pretty Capable is muscling in a bit. A length behind them is Mad World, and that is how they settle into order. So far, everything has led to Guerra being the leader without too much pressure. Pretty Capable in second, 3 parts away. And on the inside is Mad World keeping tabs, and they go through what is a fairly modest tempo, 25-2, and Guerra shows the way here for Fraser Abley. Out by a length, Sahin Savachi in second on Pretty Capable, and Daisuke Fukumoto just behind the pair at the back, a length away in third on Mad World. And they run inside the half mile with no change. Guerra being flanked by Pretty Capable as they quicken. A length and a quarter to Mad World, and they ran through the half in 51-2. Into the turn, and Guerra going out in front by over a length again to Pretty Capable, who quickens. They are having a bit of a battle now as they start the run down to the 5/16. Pretty Capable pushing the leader, and 2 lengths behind them is Mad World. Guerra continues to be pretty stoic in front. On the outside, Pretty Capable, and 2 behind them is Mad World. Pretty Capable within earshot of Guerra on the inside, who's still holding. Guerra in front. Pretty Capable ducks in and now peeling to the outside. Mad World, a trio that's making it interesting here. Guerra from Pretty Capable, who won't straighten up, and Mad World and Guerra holding. Mad World and Pretty Capable are both stretching the neck out. Guerra and the inside, and Guerra has won narrowly from Pretty Capable and Mad World, and that was a good 3-horse battle all the way. 147.39. There's the finish order. No changes. Race 5. Post time coming up in 19 minutes.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
For a 3-horse race, that was highly entertaining. The field was separated by a neck when they hit the wire, and it was the biggest price on the board, Lisa.
You know, Robert was saying earlier on how difficult it was going to be to call that race, and in the end, he was busy the entire time.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, there was lots of action going on there in that spot. Race number 5, your last chance to play a pick 3 on the program, going 5.5 furlongs, 15,000 claimers in here. And Pine Knoll, right now, the slight favorite, currently at odds of 2-1. But we will begin with Harper City, who came off the bench last time out. They took advantage of the waiver claim and absolutely crushed. But that was 2 months ago.
Yeah, like where has she been? That's really unusual because there's been plenty of opportunities, you would think, and now we find her resurfacing here today. And she's put in, obviously, a number of workouts in the interim, but she's going to have to because she wasn't racing, so we've got to keep her going. But you're right, they used the waiver claim to their advantage and got that really nice win. She was a good he was a good little horse for them last year, too. He hardly ever missed a check. I didn't use the horse today just because there's that time off and now we're coming up for an elevated price. I mean, I guess the good news is that they've had the time off and they're not coming back for $7,500. They've had the time off and they want to race the horse for $14,000.
Both you and I are playing this race somewhat the same way. We're just using different horses in the race. We want to try and find a horse that are going to be coming from off the pace, and that's why I've landed on the 2, because there's so much pace in here. Give me my theme music. I just think it was a failed experiment last time out.
I agree with you. That's what I wrote down too. Just toss that last race on the grass. And that was in against some good horses. El Kabong is pretty serious. And then, you know, now he's dropped back in for 15. We saw this move yesterday with exactly the same barn. They had claimed a horse for $7,500, Crumlin Fashion, I believe it was.
Yep.
Yeah, Crumlin Fashion. And then raised the horse up for 25, didn't work out, brought the horse back down for 75, and they were able to win. It's the same thing here. Claimed the horse for 15, tried the 25, back down for 15. So they're putting the horse in a competitive spot where they can get the win. Pietro Moran's going to stick around. He's ridden this horse for when he was in the Bill Theranos barn. He's ridden the horse now in the Jamie Begg barn, and he might be a popular claim here.
Quick comeback for the 3, this being Imperial Gold. I wonder if it was one of those situations where Santino was reading the rundown and just hoping that maybe it came up as a bit of a light allowance race.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that did not materialize because that winner's pretty nice.
Well, yeah, and then the thing is that previously he'd been in these $15,000 claimers, and then they took a shot at the A other than. Like that's the tough horses that he was in against. Now he's going to show speed in this race. He is a gate-to-wire threat in here as well because he drops back down in for $15,000. You might get that speed to carry, but we have others in this race that we both like that are horses that are going to stalk that early speed.
What the heck has happened to Red Pharaoh this year? Just a shadow of what he was last season.
But we talked about that too. Like this barn is just not rocking and rolling like they were last season. They claimed this horse for $25,000 last year. I'm sure for 25 they had higher hopes than what they've got now. They're running for $14,000. It clearly is just a claim that has not materialized.
Number 5 is Pie Knoll, looking for his first win since May of 2025.
So the reason I'm going to use him in the top spot is because he has never been in for this low of a price tag in his life. He's 9 years old, so they can do this now. We don't allow horses to race at the age of 10 here in Toronto. So, you know, he's 9. They can drop him in for 15. They can run him for lower if they want to. Some people might be interested in claiming him because we still have half of the meet left to go. So there's obviously opportunity to make your claim money back and then some with a horse like this. And Rafael Hernandez knows him very well. Rafi rode him when he was in the Drexler barn. He rode him in the Theranos barn. Look, he's gone back and forth between Drexler and Theranos, and he might find himself in a new barn after this race is done as well.
Napa Spirit is number 6. He was a vet scratch in a starter allowance race on June the 28th, and now resurfaces in here. The one thing about this guy is he's lethal when he's lone speed, but when he gets hooked, obviously the chore becomes a whole lot tougher.
And who's faster, him or Imperial Gold?
That's a great question.
I think he might be the faster horse on his best day, but has he not been a vet scratch this season? I think he has been.
June 28th.
Yeah, so June 28th, he comes off of a vet scratch then. And we've seen him work a couple of times since, once on the training track. These are just slow moves for him. I've heard he's a real cool dude to be around as well. You can kind of do whatever you want with him, and he's a lot of fun. But on his best days, he goes straight to the front and he keeps on going.
Highland Life is the number 7, gets an outside draw here as Dave Cody and Sky Trinets will team up.
It's just, didn't win a race last season, hasn't had any luck so far this year. You know, the best days for this horse were in 2024. I don't know. You know, I think there's others in here that I prefer. Although I did use this horse for the 3rd spot just in case, because it's the 3rd start in the form cycle. But I went 5, 2, 7, 6. I would have bumped the 6 up to a better spot had he not been a vet scratch.
And I went 2, 5, 7, 6. We're very, very similar here coming up in race number 5. It is the late pick 3 from Woodbine going to get underway shortly here. 5.5 furlongs. The birthday boy, Robert Geller, will have the post break coming up next.
call to post race 5. There are no changes. We're 9 minutes away. They go 5 1/2 furlongs. This race coming up, a claiming race for 3 and up. On the way to the post parade. Here is the post parade. Number 1 is Harper's City. David Moran is the rider for Maureen Hewitt Top and trainer Alan DeRusso. Number 2, Give Me My Theme Music. Pietra Moran riding for James Bentley Begg and Valenti Racing Stable, LLC. Number 3 is Imperial Gold, who is owned by York Tech Racing Stable and the trainer Santino De Paula with rider Fraser Abley. Red Pharaoh, number 4, in the barn of Danny Yu, is owned by Zekian Chung, jockey Romero Mirage. To number 5, Pine Knoll for Sidamizio, Danny Lococo, Mary Ellen Beaumont, William Theranos trainer Rafael Hernandez has the ride. To number 6, and that's Napa Spirit, Robert Tiller, owner trainer, the jockey Zarrell Ford. And Highland Life, number 7, with Sky Chanettes for David Cote and Lynn Mac Farm. 6 minutes, race 5. 3 minutes. Loading and coming forward for a start, Red Pharaoh, Harper City, down to the inside gate. Give Me My Theme Music getting very good support. About to link up. Meantime, Pine Knoll has gone into gate 5. Imperial Gold is about to walk along. The next, after Give Me My Theme Music, is 9 to 5. 5 to 2 here, Pine Knoll. Napa Spirit 7 to 2. And big odds the rest as they move in for a start. Imperial Gold has gone up for Fraser Abley. They're almost right. Stand by for a start. Highland Life, the outside gate. They're all in and locked up. Starter holds them for a moment. And they're off and racing, and a very good start out wide for Napa Spirit, pushing for that lead with Highland Life. Handy is Pine Knoll. Give Me My Theme Music coming through on the inside. One who dipped out last is Harper City, and in the center is Red Pharaoh. And as they sort themselves out, going through is Imperial Gold to second, but Napa Spirit shows enough toe to be in front. On the inside, Imperial Gold. The outer is Highland Life, and around the outside goes Pine Knoll from Red Pharaoh. Give Me My Theme Music is second last. Three-way last of all is Harper City. And Napa Spirit shows the way nicely by a length and a half. Highland Life is second. Up the inside goes Imperial Gold. Around the outer, Pine Knoll gaining some ground. They've run right away. 5 lengths away, Give Me My Theme Music, Red Pharaoh, and the trailer Harper City. Napa Spirit turns in front. Up the inside, Imperial Gold out wider on the track. Highland Life and Pine Knoll. Pine Knoll making some inroads now. Napa Spirit still in front. In second is Pine Knoll. Give Me My Theme Music's running on from a long way back, but Napa Spirit kicks on. And Napa Spirit by 2.5 and has it won. A beautiful win. Napa Spirit goes on to score by almost 3. Give Me My Theme Music second. Back in third placing Pine Knoll from Highland Life. The time 1:4.74. 6, the winner, Napa Spirit, over 2, Give Me My Theme Music, 5, Pine Knoll, and 7, Highland Life. So the numbers are 6, 2, 5, 7, and the opening quarter was 23. They ran the half a mile in 46 and 1, 5/8, 58 and 1. The time 1:4:74. So the numbers are 6, 2, 5, 7. Napa Spirit, what a fantastic record. As another victory means this is a 10th career success from 32 starts, so you can see what an incredible percentage, 33% strike rate pretty much there. And we have got 7 seconds and 3/3 as well. A very, very good performance once again on the front end, and Robert Tiller continues the run of success for Napa Spirit, who's now won 3 times this season. And that is to say 10th career-wise. So as Zarel Ford took Napa Spirit to the lead, was never headed. Congratulations to Zarel and the bay gelding at 7 years of age by Invincible Spirit from Aimbergen Lass, was bred in Ireland by Irish National Stud. Napa Spirit, the second equal favorite in the race. $7.30, that's a good return for the winner, number 6, Napa Spirit. $4.20 to place and $2.90 to show. Number 2, Give Me My Theme Music, $3.50, $2.50, Pine Knoll, $2.30. That exacta, $31 even. The trifecta, $47.35. The super, $6,257, $199.75. And the double 3-6, $49.90. Pick 3, 5, 3, 6, $134.15. 2-6 swinger, $270. 5-6, $320. 2-5, $265. The payouts on race 5. And they're off and racing, and a very good start out wide for Napa Spirit, pushing for that lead with Highland Life. Handy is Pine Knoll. Give Me My Theme Music coming through on the inside. One who dipped out last is Harper's City, and in the center is Red Pharaoh. And as they sort themselves out, going through is Imperial Gold to second, but Napa Spirit shows enough toe to be in front. On the inside, Imperial Gold, the outer is Highland Life, and around the outside goes Pine Knoll from Red Pharaoh. Give Me My Theme Music is second last. Three-way last of all is Harper City, and Napa Spirit shows the way nicely by a length and a half. Highland Life is second. Up the inside goes Imperial Gold. Around the outer, Pine Knoll gaining some ground. They've run right away. 5 lengths away, Give Me My Theme Music, Red Pharaoh, and the trailer Harper City. Napa Spirit turns in front. Up the inside, Imperial Gold out wider on the track. Highland Life and Pine Knoll. Pine Knoll making some inroads now. Napa Spirit still in front. In second is Pine Knoll. Give Me My Theme Music's running on from a long way back, but Napa Spirit kicks on, and Napa Spirit by 2.5 and has it won. A beautiful win. Napa Spirit goes on to score by almost 3. Give Me My Theme Music second. Back in third placing Pine Knoll from Highland Life, the time 1:4.74. And there is a look at the 5th race finish order. And there was a claim in the race. Give Me My Theme Music has gone for the barn of James Bentley Begg to Jelko Krishmar for owner Mary Self. On to the Midsummer Handicap, which is our feature today on the Bet365 Innovative. There are no changes, 22 minutes away, race 6.
Well, I must admit, I thought there was too much speed for Napa Spirit. The better said, no, 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 my friend. 5-2, Elisa. What a year this guy's having. He knows a thing or two about winning races, though.
Bob Tiller and the horse.
Exactly. Exactly. Yep, they're seasoned pros. 0-4 to board for the victory with that one. Now we get to our feature race of the day. It goes as race number 6 on the program. We get back on the inside turf course, and this is the Midsummer Handicap, going for a purse of $65,000. Well, let's take a look at the replay machine in here in regards to retail therapists.
So I'm not showing you the most recent race. I'm showing you the race on June the 6th because this was when the turf course was listed as firm. The last time this horse was seen, she was racing on a turf course that was listed as good. And this really was a good effort from her. In fact, she had been winter raced down at Tampa, had raced only on the grass. So I think she's a one-trick pony. She only wants the lawn. And at this stage, she's starting to pull away from the field. And I was saying earlier on the pregame show, like at this stage, Sylvain Pion's walking down to get his picture taken, and then here comes Ella It Is, who is a Mike DiPaolo trainee who just happened to get up just in time to get the victory. Next start out for this horse was on a course with some cut to it, a good turf course, and if you look at her races that I can see at least, when the turf has some give to it, she's not as effective as she is when the turf is firm. So I think this is the course that she'll like here today.
Here's a look at per factor. I think she's almost entirely back. She's not quite back to where she was from last season when she was able to get into the 80s in her speed figures, but the last couple of starts have been extremely encouraging.
I think this is probably one of Devin's favorites too, because this was a horse that put him on the map a little bit. He had claimed the horse, and then she went on to win a number of races. In fact, she made $163,000 last season, and then she went down to Aqueduct too and raced there as well. So she had a little bit of a breather in February. After her race February the 13th, she had all of March away from the races and came back here on April the 25th. But you're right, she's just starting to come back into form. When they dropped her out of the allowance race in for $25,000, that's the per factor that we're used to seeing when she goes straight to the front and keeps on going. She tried to do the same thing on the turf last start out, but just got a leg weary late and was caught, unfortunately.
This is it, is the number 2 now. She does like to show speed, but I don't think she needs the lead. So I'm just hoping that we don't get involved in a pace battle in this spot.
She can do either or, right? Like she can go to the front end if they want to do that, or she can sit in a tracking position or even a closing position way at the back and come with a run. She went down to Turf Paradise over the winter months and was able to win a race down there. She came back here and was a winner last start out. Cavay Nichols was the hot hand yesterday. He had 2 riding victories on the afternoon. This barn, the Phil Hall barn, has really taken a long time to get rolling, but now it seems like things are starting to click into place.
Clocker horse for today is Nikita's Gem. Barn's going good, and the horse is coming off a nice victory.
That was against non-winners of 3. So we're stepping up here to race against multiple winners in this $25,000 starter, but the barn is uber live. Horse won at 1 1/16 last start out on the turf horse and beat another one that's actually entered here. That's the 4 horse Ready to Battle. So this barn is just doing everything right at this stage in the game, but she's got those older horses that she's got to contend with today.
Let's get to the 4 now, Ready to Battle. Couldn't get by Nikita's Gem in that most recent race, and now goes off the claim for Pozzanelli.
And she's eligible for non-winners of 3, so this is a pretty tough spot for her to be in a starter handicap, but obviously Dominic Pozzanelli thinks he's got something on his hands. She was beaten her most recent start when in the Cassie barn, claimed out of that race. That was back on June the 12th. She only shows 1 work since that time, and that's a work on the training track, which was a bullet move in 58 and 2. I think she's a good workhorse. She certainly wants to be up close to the front end as well, but again, eligible for non-winners of 3.
Number 6, we'll get to after we take a look at the 5. She's High Maintenance, as Selma Kretschmar just claimed one in her most recent race. From what I am gathering, just with watching her to this point here, Elisa, I think her class got her the win back on May the 22nd. She had to work for it on that day, but she got it nonetheless. I loved her turf race. Her last start, I just don't think she moves as well on the all-weather surface here as she does on the turf.
Well, you know, I guess you could argue too that the May 22nd win happened because she was winter raced.
Yep.
And she might have had a bit of an edge over some of the others. And she was a popular horse in the claim box down at Gulfstream. She was collared in each of her starts from November up until January, and then obviously they made the move up here to Toronto, where she's been protected ever since. She does get a new pilot in Ramiro Mirage, and she's the current favorite right now at odds of 5-2. So a lot of people agree with you that she might really be a horse that loves this turf course.
Number 6 is Retail Therapist, back on July the 19th. Good run in against Regal Moments, and it's a bit of a quick comeback to the races here today.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm like I said, I think if you take a look, she really prefers the firmer the course, the better, and it is a firm course here today for her to compete on. She gets a rider change, and this is why I made this one of my plays of the day today. They go from a bug rider to a very experienced journeyman in Rafael Hernandez, and I don't see Rafi doing very much riding at all for this barn, so I think that's a nod of confidence that he's going to head over there as well. 3-1 is the price. Watch for this horse. Well, we could see two different approaches. That's kind of the thing for a lot of these horses in this race. They're very versatile. She doesn't necessarily need the front end, but she could go to the front end. She can come from off of the pace in a stalking position as well. It's nice to have versatile horses, isn't it?
And you just took a big hit on the board too, all the way down to the favorite right now at odds of 2-1. I think tactics are a huge portion of this race today from the riders.
But I don't know what some of these horses are going to do.
I know. I know. And that's what makes the race so intriguing to me. So Nikita's Gym is going to be the lone clocker horse for today for Conditioner Sittard. And just worked before the Harrow break when the track was a tad on the slower side, and the work that grabbed the attention of Freddie was back on July the 23rd. Late double from Woodbine to wrap up the pick 5 as well. Pick 5s are paying great. Good luck.
call to post the Midsummer Handicap on the Bet365 Inner Turf, and there are no changes. This is a mile, a starter handicap, fillies and mares, 3 and up, as they head to the post parade, 8 minutes. In the Midsummer Handicap, here is the field. Number 1, Perfector, is trained by Devon Gittins for Bruno Chicadans, and in the saddle, Sky Chanets. Number 2, This Is It, Kevin Nichols, the rider for Philip Hall, and Beckham Ranch. Number 3, Nikita's Gem, is trained by Siddharth for Goldmart Farms and Tucci Holdings, the rider Pietro Moran. 4 is Ready to Battle, trained by Dominic Polsinelli with Nick Sampagna as the owner, jockey Luis Reyes. Number 5, She's High Maintenance, is trained by Jelko Krishma. Mary Self and Polly Benson are the owners, and in the saddle is Romero Mirage. And 6, Retail Therapist, with the ride Rafael Hernandez for Sylvain Pion and Terry Pion, as they head to the start in 5 minutes on the Bet365 Inner Turf. It is the Midsummer Handicap, $65,000 in purse money. Three minutes to place your bets, 3 minutes. Who will take the crown? The King's Plate, Saturday, August 15th at Woodbine Racetrack. Fashion, food, music, and the thunder of the track. Grab your tickets from only $35 at kingsplate.com and rule the day. Loading for the Midsummer Handicap, and Per Factor has gone up. On the bet 365 Inner Turf, This Is It has gone to gate 2, is 4-1 in the betting. Next along is Nikita's Gem. This race at the mile. It is the turn of Ready to Battle for Luis Reyes. She's High Maintenance to gate 5. And to the outside, Retail Therapist, stand by for a start. And they're set to run. The fillies and mares stand. Off they race, and on the inside, Per Factor in front with She's High Maintenance coming right up on the outside. In third, This Is It, followed by Nikita's Gem, who's now dipped back just behind Ready to Battle, and on the outside, Retail Therapist, and only 3.5 covers the pack. Out the stretch, and Per Factor quickens to lead by a length to She's High Maintenance. Lying in third placing, This Is It. Ready to Battle the outside of Nikita's Gem back on the rail, and last of all is Retail Therapist. Opening up the lead here is Sky Chanet's on Per Factor. Out by almost 3 to She's High Maintenance, and 2.5 This Is It. A half to Ready to Battle. A length and a half away, second last, Nikita's Gem on the inside. And last of all is, and the favourite, Retail Therapist. And the leader by 4 lengths, Per Factor. Trying to take them hostage here as they race inside the half mile. And the first quarter went in 23-2, the half 46-4, leads by almost 5. She's High Maintenance is second, 3 away, This Is It, Ready to Battle. And on the outside of Nikita's Gem goes Retail Therapist, starting to wind up 3 wide. All alone, Per Factor racing down to the final quarter, and Per Factor's lead out by about 3.5 to 4 lengths over She's High Maintenance. Retail Therapist making inroads, continues to run on. Nikita's Gem is winding up from the back. Top of the stretch, Per Factor's lead down to 2.5. Now 2, now length and a half. She's High Maintenance in second, and 3 away. Retail Therapist tapped up and out wide of Nikita's Gem. She's High Maintenance has got the lead, and She's High Maintenance has got clear. Running home, Nikita's Gem, and This Is It. And She's High Maintenance, a big winner. Wins the Midsummer Handicap by 4 lengths. Per Factor second from This Is It. Nikita's Gem, Retail Therapist, and last, ready to battle. The race time was 1:35.07. The big win to number 5, She's High Maintenance, and it is success here over 1, Perfactor, 2, This Is It, and 3, Nikita's Gem, 5, 1, 2, 3. The opening quarter in 23 and 2, the half a mile, 46 and 4. 3/4, 110 and 2. 7/8, 122 and 3. The final time, 135 and 7/100. So fast run there. She's High Maintenance, a big winner. She's High Maintenance has been an excellent addition to the circuit, has now gone on to win number 9 career-wise from 21 starts, a record that's been excellent all campaign with now a second success at Woodbine. Prior to this, a second and a third after that earlier win. But She's High Maintenance with a big win today in the Midsummer Handicap. And congrats to Jelko Krishmar, who's the winning trainer, to Mary Self and Polly Benson, winning owners, and Romero Mirage with the victory. And She's High Maintenance by Instagram from Cleodora, bred by Bishop Racing Incorporated in Florida. The 4-year-old dark bear brown filly, much the best here today. Those numbers have gone official on 5, 1, 2, 3. The return for the winner, $8.20, $4.50 to place, $3.20 to show, 1 Perfactor, $4.40 and $3, 2 This Is It, $3, and the Exacta 5-1, $39.60, and the Try, $59.50, the Super, $181.30, 6-5 Double, $44.90, 3-6-5 Pick 3, $172.50. The Pick 5 has paid well, $10,700.65 for 1-5-3-6-5. 1-5 Swinger, $2.95, 2-5 $3.70, and 1-2 $2.65. Race 6 payouts. These are mares stand. Off they race, and on the inside, Perfecta in front with She's High Maintenance coming right up on the outside. In third, This Is It, followed by Nikita's Gem, who's now dipped back just behind, Ready to Battle, and on the outside, Retail Therapist, and only 3.5 covers the pack. Out the stretch, and Perfecta quickens to lead by a length to She's High Maintenance. Lying in third placing, This Is It. Ready to Battle the outside of Nikita's Gem back on the rail, and last of all is Retail Therapist. Opening up the lead here is Sky Chanet's on Perfecta. Out by almost 3 to She's High Maintenance, and 2.5 This Is It. A half to Ready to Battle. A length and a half away, second last, Nikita's Gem on the inside. And last of all is, and the favourite, Retail Therapist. And the leader by 4 lengths, Perfecta, trying to take them hostage here as they race inside the half mile. And the first quarter went in 23 and 2, the half 46 and 4, leads by almost 5. She's High Maintenance is second, 3 away, This Is It, Ready to Battle. And on the outside of Nikita's Gem goes Retail Therapist, starting to wind up 3 wide. All alone, Perfecta racing down to the final quarter, and Perfecta's lead out by about 3.5 to 4 lengths over She's High Maintenance. Retail Therapist making inroads, continues to run on. Nikita's Gem is winding up from the back. Top of the stretch, Perfecta's lead down to 2.5. Now 2, now length and a half. She's High Maintenance in second, and 3 away. Retail Therapist tapped up and out wide of Nikita's Gem. She's High Maintenance has got the lead, and She's High Maintenance has got clear. Running home Nikita's Gem, and This Is It. And She's High Maintenance, a big winner. Wins the Midsummer Handicap by 4 lengths. Perfecta second from This Is It. Nikita's Gem, Retail Therapist, and last, Ready to Battle. The race time was 1:35.07. There's the finish order. We do have one change in the final race today, which is the 7th. 5, Noisy Cricket is a vet scratch. This carryover is $83,257.48 in the Jackpot High 5. 21 minutes away for the final race today.
We'll have more on She's High Maintenance's performance in the Midsummer Handicap for you momentarily, but let's close things down here with race number 7, and this is Jackpot High 5 finale with a carryover of $83,257.48. Massive scratch of Noisy Cricket. But I think what happened there was John Mattini said, you know what, we're going to win a 3-horse race. We're going to win that race earlier on today for $125,000. So we'll let some of the other people get some money in here. Here's a look at the one. This is awesome. Malibu takes the big drop down in class here today. I don't know what style to expect. I like the fact the rider's looking for the double on the program. I like the fact we're on the rail, but I still have a lot of questions about this horse too.
There's a lot of questions in this race, Jeff. And you know, originally both you and I had the 5-horse in the top spot. This is who we've scratched onto because this was our second horse. And the reason that I put him in for second is just because of the drop. It's pretty dramatic. Even though he had been in for 25 before, both those $25,000 races were on the turf. He's back at a sprint distance on the main track. But it's that Romero Mirage factor. You just saw it happen with She's High Maintenance. He was getting on the horse for the very first time and was able to give that one a really nice steer to get the win. Same thing could happen here with this horse at 5-2. And we went outside to look at these horses as well because I think we need some help conformationally on a lot of these horses, just what they look like. And there is a pick of the paddock here. It's not this one, but it's coming up momentarily.
Don't love how hot he's getting. He's got sweat dripping down his back legs there, but hopefully, you know, once he gets on the racetrack, he might be a little bit better. Number 2 is Crosby. You know, sometimes you name horses after people, it just doesn't pan out, right? And unfortunately, it just hasn't worked out for Crosby.
No, and he's small. On the small side, he's still 3 years old, so maybe he's got a little bit more growing left to do, but he'll show speed. It's just a matter of for how long.
Nicely is the number 3 for conditioner Darwin Banak. Now, this is a Nyquist who last ran here at Woodbine back on June the 19th, and it did not go very well.
It's the best bred horse in the race, I think. And look, he hasn't exactly hooked a tough group here today, but he hasn't really shown us that much, except for that first start back at 7/8 of a mile when he did show speed. Faded ended up finishing 7th. Now that was at 7/8. Maybe this is what he wants to do. I just saw Darwin quickly when they were headed out to the walking ring, and this is what they're hoping he wants, is this quick sprint distance here today. So it's an experiment that they want to try. He has shown speed in the past. They're putting the blinkers on him here today. I would say he's a horse to use in your top 3, top 4.
Let's get to another speedster now. This is Screen Scene, but when those air brakes came on last time out, boy, did he ever stop.
But he's my pick of the paddock. If you went through all the horses and looked at them up close, he is a good-looking horse, carrying good weight, got a nice coat on him. Hails from a barn that's a little quiet right now, but it has been known to bring up some horses at big, big prices. He's dropping down for an all-time low price of $10,000. And again, as is the case with so many others in this race, Jeff, they'll show speed and then they really, really fade. So is he a fade job here on the cutback to 5.5 furlongs? We'll find out, but he is one of the better looking ones in the bunch, conformation-wise.
Scratch the 5. The 6 is a real war story. They experimented in a route last time out, and that did not go very well.
No, and you know, nothing's really gone well so far either, unfortunately for him. We've got another new rider taking over here today. This is the 4th lifetime start with the 4th different rider at the 4th different distance. So they're just trying to figure things out with this one.
Number 7 is Royal Fawns, right now at 4-1, taking some action right now on the board. And this is where John Mattini does show up. He entered 2, but only 1 will go.
And this horse is going to show speed too. And I was thinking that maybe the cutback might help this horse out a little bit. Now, he does lose at Romero Mirage, who goes to the 1 horse, but he gets Pietro Moran. So that's no slouch that's going to pick this one up here today. I'm thinking that he should be a factor in this race. Some of this other speed can't hold on for very long. This speed might carry at 5.5 furlongs.
Hard reload. There's gaps all over the place in his career, and there's a gap in the work tab too. May 24th and working until July the 7th.
Okay, but one thing about him too, he's massive. Like, look at the size of his barrel, his chest, his hind end. Like, he almost, to me, looks like he hasn't missed many meals, right? So he's going to have to get himself racing fit. Like, he's almost a bit too big for me here today, Jeff. Just compare him to some of the other horses if you're on track, if you're in our saddling area, or if you're out on the track for post-parade. He's twice the size of everybody else, and I mean that in the way that he hasn't missed a meal.
Number 9 is Smarter Still, and look at the gaps in this one's career as well. Finally gets to put consecutive races together.
I think his issue is he's big. You know, he is really big, tall. You can see him right here. He's just towering over everybody else. And I would assume with that size has come problems, you know, because he's grown so big and he's only, well, he's 5 years old, but they've had to give him the time probably to grow into his body. He's got a slight little sway back too. You know, I was kind of joking with Bev when he came in saying, what are you, raising giraffes over there? Like, this is a very sizable individual.
Black Thunder is the number 10, missed a considerable amount of time prior to that most recent race. We did see a little bit of speed, and now the blinkers go on.
I can't say I'm familiar with this barn either, so they'll add the blinkers here today. Juan Crawford's going to stick around. He's been aboard for the last 3 starts, including starting for the previous outfit.
Yeah, so since that race on July the 10th, no interim activity, coming back on 3 weeks rest, and as we said, they do make that change here as the blinkers will go on. Did wear blinkers early on in his career, but they have not been worn in a long, long time. And great to see Juan back with us in action. He returned last night with us here at Woodbine. And the feature race of the day, we just saw moments ago, She's High Maintenance. And I would say this was a pretty good day for Mary Self because she claimed a horse that finished second. And if you're not familiar with the story with She's High Maintenance, I've told it a few times, she won a 31-way shake for this horse. Down at Gulfstream over the winter time, and I just think it's a lot better on turf.
I think that's great. I mean, you know, we were kind of looking at the winners that we've had today saying, like, would you have had that one? Would you have had that one? Like, hindsight.
Yeah.
And the only one that we were saying we are a little remorseful about is She's High Maintenance, especially you, because you did like the horse going into the race.
Yeah, so 3-1 on the board. The price, perfect trip too. I mean, you know, just sat in behind the speed there, and Romero Mirage able to pull off the victory. Okay, tomorrow, Lisa, I'm looking forward to this because we've got obviously the Seagram Cup, which is the big one, but we get those sales races for the maidens as well, for the babies too. So I'm curious to see how they're going to materialize with you know, those horses. You know, you go in the sale, you have high expectations and hope, and you just hope it pans out.
And the sales topper is going to compete tomorrow. That's a horse by the name of Forza. He goes out for Mike DiPaolo in race number 4 on the program. So we have a boys race that'll go as the 4th. We have a girls race that'll go as the 6th, and they both go for really good money. So whoever happens to get the dough in those races will have money to spend at the sale.
Both part of the pick 4, so I like that. So join us for the pregame show tomorrow at noon. We'll have some workouts that we're going to pass along for horses racing on the card on tomorrow's card of racing as well. We showed you Yoshi's work earlier on today.
That worked
Yoshi
out.
was able to pull off the victory. And also we'll have, you know, maybe after a day off and some birthday cake, Robert might put together a ticket for us tomorrow too.
Use his birthday money.
He did take today off. Just he said, you know what, it's my birthday. I'm not going to put together a ticket today. That does it for us. Don't forget Woodbine Mohawk Park tonight. But it's the 7th race as we have our Jackpot High Five finale coming up next with that nice carryover of $83,000.
You're the 10.
Call to post race 7. It's the final race on the program, so the jackpot high 5, $83,257.48 in the carryover. Vet scratch 5. Noisy Cricket is out. Post time in 8 minutes. They go 5 1/2 furlongs, a maiden claiming race for 3 and up. Here's the field. Number 1, Awesome Malibu with Romero Mirage for Anthony Pottinger and owners Anthony Pottinger, Wayne Brown and Christopher Escoffrey. 2 is Crosby, Dale Powell, owner-trainer, the rider Leo Sales. 3 is Nicely, who's owned by the estate of John Hillier. Darwin Banak is the trainer with rider Luis Contreras. Number 4, Screen Scene in the barn of Krista Cole. Christoph Douglas, the rider, owned by Spring Farm Holdings Limited, Krista Gale Cole and Callista D'Souza. 5 is a scratch to number 6, A Real War Story. Trainer Joe Russo for John P. McCallan and the rider Jalone Samuel. Number 7, Royal Fawns for RCC Racing Stable Limited, trained by John Mattini with Pietra Moran. Hard Reload number 8 for Sheila Mohan, Ravendra Raghunath and Daisuke Fukumoto. To number 9, Smarter Still, Beverly Chubb, owner-trainer in the saddle, Jason Hoyt. And number 10, Black Thunder, Juan Crawford on board for Melissa Gerard and Jennifer Kelman. Post time in 5 minutes. Race 7 is 5 1/2 furlongs. Just under 3 minutes to a start. The final race on the program today. 3 minutes. Now this field is being called to the gate. A good betting race. The favourite now 2-1. Awesome Malibu. Romero Mirage the rail looks for race-to-race double as Awesome Malibu is the first to be taken in hand, and they're going the distance here of 5 1/2 furlongs. Coming to the line, A Real War Story. Next along is Crosby. Royal Fawns goes up, and nicely has gate 3. Further across is Hard Reload. Screen Scene to gate 4. On his toes, Smarter Still will come to gate 9. And the field close to a start. Black Thunder to the outside gate. And they'll be on their way. And Black Thunder taken in hand. It's gate 10 for Black Thunder. A little reaction in the gate there in the middle. Starter Ian Ross going across to take a look at the rider of A Real War Story out of the saddle, Jalan Samuel, horse 6. And so A Real War Story has been backed out of the gate. It is behind the start, undergoing a quick check from the track vet. So more information to come regarding horse 6, A Real War Story. Late scratch. By order of the stewards on vet advice, a vet scratch. Number 6, A Real War Story, is out. A Real War Story, the late scratch. They've remained in the gate and they're going to load Black Thunder, so horse 6 is out of the race as a late scratch. And the field will continue to hold in the gate. as Black Thunder is led up. So the 6, A Real War Story, officially out. And they come to the line with Black Thunder. This field is almost ready. They stand. So the field has loaded.
Need any help?
Again, the late scratch, number 6, A Real War Story. Officially out as a vet scratch.
No, it's me. I'm asking them. I know. I got a clearance. They're not responding.
So they remain in the gate. Starter in Russ takes a look.
Last one, ladies.
And they're off. And a good start. And going up for the lead was Royal Fonz. On the outside is Hard Reload, and wider out Smarter Still, and coming through in the center for the lead is Crosby. Awesome Malibu's on the inside. In behind them is Screen Scene. At the back is nicely out wider is Black Thunder, and still no clear leader. Royal Fonz the center, Crosby the inside, and the wider is Hard Reload. They've gone away by a length and a half. And coming through is Black Thunder ahead of Smarter Still. Awesome Malibu is over on the inside of Screen Scene, who's gone to mid-pack, and 3 lengths away last is Nicely. Crosby shuffles to the front. Crosby on the inside of the 5/16 by a length to Royal Fonz. Running home is Smarter Still around the outside of Hard Reload. Up the rail, Screen Scene. Awesome Malibu got back to the tail, is going to the inside. Nicely winding up. Crosby out in front by a length and a half, Screen Scene. Awesome Malibu the rail down the outside. Smarter Still, and then Black Thunder, and Nicely going to the front is Screen Scene. Now Black Thunder wriggling through on the inside and is coming well. Black Thunder after Screen Scene. Screen Scene and Black Thunder nibbling away. Screen Scene still in front. Screen Scene on the outside and has seen it out. Screen Scene first, Black Thunder second, Smarter Still third, and then Nicely and Awesome Malibu rounded out the jackpot high five. 1-7-37. The winner is number 4, Screen Scene. First quarter 22 and 3, the half 47, 5/8, 1 minute and 1/5. The final time 1-7-37. The numbers are 4, 10, 9, 3, 1. For the winner, Screen Scene. 10, Black Thunder second. 9, Smarter Still third. 3 is fourth, Nicely. And fifth, number 1, Awesome Malibu. Screen Scene coming out with the victory in the final race in a third lifetime start. And is success here for Spring Farm as breeders of the winner and part owners of the winner, Spring Farm Holdings Limited, along with Krista Gale Cole, who is the trainer of the winner, Krista Cole, and Callista D'Souza. And Christoph Douglas picks up a riding double here today as he takes the final race on Screen Scene. And he continues to get a nice run on with his horses. So the Bay Gelding 3 Screen Scene now into the winners list in a third appearance. Screen Scene is by Big Screen from Lady of Moray and is the unofficial winner of the nightcap. Going off at odds of 6 to 1. Now the final race numbers have gone official. Here are the prices. The winner number 4, Screen Scene, paying $15.90 for the win, $7.60 and $5.60 across the board. 10 Black Thunder, $9 and $6.60, and number 9, Smarter Still, a return of $10.40. That exacta 410, $124.30. Trifecta 410.9, $534.90. The Super, number 3, 4th, $2,297.10. Looks to me like we have a winner of the Jackpot High 5. There's nothing showing, so we'll have to find out on the website, woodbine.com. The closing double for the consolation, 5-6, $9.20. 5-4 the winners, $52 even. The pick 3, 6-5-4, $137.40. Swinger 410, $7.95. 4-9, $36.65. 9-10, $11.45. And in the pick 4, 3-6-5 for the numbers, $1,136.05. In the jackpot power pick 6, only 5 of the 6 required for $1,284 even. The numbers 153654. And the carryover in the jackpot power pick 6 tomorrow, it'll be $9,243.14. So after the final race, appears that we do have a jackpot high 5 that has been hit. Takes a look. And they're off. And a good start. And going up for the lead was Royal Fonz. On the outside is Hard Reload, and wider out Smarter Still, and coming through in the centre for the lead is Crosby. Awesome Malibu's on the inside. In behind them is Screen Scene. At the back is nicely out wider is Black Thunder, and still no clear leader. Royal Fonz the centre, Crosby the inside, and the wider is Hard Reload. They've gone away by a length and a half. And coming through is Black Thunder ahead of Smarter Still. Awesome Malibu is over on the inside of Screen Scene, who's gone to mid-pack, and 3 lengths away last is Nicely. Crosby shuffles to the front. Crosby on the inside of the 5/16 by a length to Royal Fonz. Running home is Smarter Still around the outside of Hard Reload. Up the rail, Screen Scene. Awesome Malibu got back to the tail, is going to the inside. Nicely winding up. Crosby out in front by a length and a half. Screen Scene. Awesome Malibu the rail down the outside. Smarter Still, and then Black Thunder, and Nicely going to the front is Screen Scene. Now Black Thunder wriggling through on the inside and is coming well. Black Thunder after Screen Scene. Screen Scene and Black Thunder nibbling away. Screen Scene still in front. Screen Scene on the outside and has seen it out. Screen Scene first, Black Thunder second, Smarter Still third, and then Nicely and Awesome Malibu rounded out the jackpot high five. 1-7-37. A quick look at the finish order. That concludes our live racing for thoroughbreds today, and we look forward to a big program of 10 tomorrow featuring the Seagram Cup, and then 8 on Sunday, and Woodbine Mohawk Park tonight. Thanks for joining us on track. Those who've been watching and wagering on Woodbine, wishing you a very good night.